Chapter 802. The night passed uneventfully. At 6 in the morning, Yamako rubbed her eyes and sat up. She woke up early every day and practiced kendo for an hour before going to school. With some movement, Naomi woke up and secretly yawned. That night, just as Pei Zi-yun had said, they worked overtime. When they woke up, both Naomi and Yamako looked a little tired. "Aya, it's getting late." Naomi looked at the sky and couldn't help but be shocked. She quickly got up and went to the bathroom. This was related to marriage in Japan. Full-time wives would wake up early to prepare breakfast and lunch for the whole family. They would get up at 5 a.m., and it was already very late now. Naomi combed her hair, washed her face, and hurriedly prepared the meal. At this moment, Sakako asked to see her. Arriving at the shrine, Sakako took a few steps and suddenly felt very strange. The more she walked, the lighter her footsteps became. She could not help but take a deep breath and felt a fresh breath enter her lungs. She was stunned for a moment before she reacted. As soon as she entered the room, she bowed to Pei Zi-yun and said, "Lord Yamada, the Strategic Special Service Department just called to express their gratitude. They would like to arrange a time to talk to you in detail." Pei Zi-yun was not surprised. He had long known that after he revealed his strength, the Strategic Special Service Department would be more cautious with him. "Sure," he said lightly. Sakako said, "And your father, he has been promoted. He called you, but you did not pick up. Please go back. Lord Muki will also be there." This was also within Pei Zi-yun's expectations. He did not think for long and said directly, "Then I will go back later. I will leave everything to you." "Yes," Sakako replied, "please rest assured. I cannot kill the enemy for you, but please leave these matters to me. I will carefully consider everything for the Yamada family and the shrine." Pei Zi-yun nodded and said gently, "Then I will have to trouble you." Tokyo, Kabukicho, 2nd Street, restaurant. Although it was daytime, it was relatively dark inside. The decoration style was dark purple, and the passage was long and full of mystery. A young man, although dressed in casual clothes, was sitting in front of a dining table with one foot on the chair. His expression was arrogant and wanton, like a wanderer from hundreds of years ago. In modern Japan, such behavior can be said to be very impolite. Even if you come from a noble family, doing this in public will also be condemned. But at this time, several girls around him, all have a wooden face, even the look in their eyes did not change. On the table in front of the young man, other than a plate of meat, there was only a glass of red wine. However, this red wine had a strange color, and the smell in the air was so fishy and sweet that it made one want to vomit. 7 or 8 meters away from him, there was a pool of dark red scattered on the ground. A bit further away in the corner, there was the head of a young woman with a sweet smile on her face. Her gorgeous hair was half hidden under the light. In such a strange environment, the young man was extremely carefree. He took big bites of meat and occasionally took a sip of wine. His thin lips were stained with red, and he licked them with his tongue. "Tsk. Not only is the meat not as good as the girls from hundreds of years ago, even the blood tastes worse." The young man frowned, a little dissatisfied. Buzz! Suddenly, a phantom with a tail appeared in front of him. It was like a ghost from a horror movie. The entire image was blurry and illusory, and one could even see through the person's body. But not only did the girls not react, even the young man who was eating meat and drinking blood didn't even raise his eyebrows. "You ate another girl today." The person didn't even need to look. With just a sniff, he could roughly guess what had just happened. "If people find out, many fans will cry." Only then did the young man raise his head and look coldly at the uninvited guest. After the phantom finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a stack of manga fell in front of the young man's eyes. The top one had the title, "Dating with Shutendaji," written on the cover. It was obvious what kind of content this stack of manga was. This kind of thing was really a form of humiliation to a great demon. But the young man didn't seem to care. He slowly tasted the blood wine and snickered. I, Shutendaji, am a demon who feeds on girls. Now, there are so many people who like me and send themselves to me. I'm actually very happy. The more things like this, the better. I even supported a manga author last time. I asked her to draw more of this kind of content. It was good that there was prey that came to the trap, and he didn't have to look for food himself. The apparition wasn't here to discuss the great demon's foraging problem. She quickly changed her expression from a playful one to a more serious one. Did you feel it? She asked. Shutendaji put down the wine cup and turned to look in a direction. Excitement and cruelty appeared on his handsome face. It was the big demon's instinct. I felt it. The Atom demon is dead. More importantly, that smell. He licked his lips, and the desire in his heart was clamoring. That smell must be nice. The phantom chuckled. Don't you think so? Tamamo no Mae? Shutendaji glanced at the phantom and revealed the person's identity. The phantom was one of the 3 legendary demons in Japan, Tamamo no Mae. On the other side of the sea, there was a record of a 9-tailed fox. According to legend, it looked like a fox with 9 tails, and its voice was like a baby's. It could eat people, but it didn't eat insects. In Japan, during the reign of Emperor Toba, a golden-haired, jade-faced 9-tailed fox demon called herself Tamamo no Mae. She won Emperor Toba's favor and trust. Later, Emperor Toba fell ill and was bedridden. The Onmyoji Abe was invited to perform a divination on him. In the end, he found out that Tamamo no Mae was a demon that could transform into a beautiful woman. Emperor Toba was furious and issued a kill order. Sosuke Kimura and Sukmiura followed the order to kill the 9-tailed fox, but they still let her live. Not only that, with the 9 tails with different abilities, Tamamo no Mae summoned lightning, fire, wind, earthquake, flood, the dead, and the little demon fox. It was said that she was killed by a bow and arrow. It didn't matter if she died or escaped. At least, it proved that she was a powerful demon. However, Shutendaji remained unruly in the face of a great demon who was as famous as him. If it wasn't you and any other demon who dared to test me, I would have swallowed them whole. He sneered. Haha, I know that you, Shutendaji, don't care about other monsters. You should know why I'm here, right? Is it about the baby form of a god? Tamamo no Mae's body slowly condensed. Originally, he could only see a blurry shadow, but now he had turned into a woman. She was wearing a traditional unlined garment. Her eyes were pure, and her long hair was tied up in a bun. Shutendaji didn't care about Tamamo no Mae's image at all. He threw the glass back and stared at Tamamo no Mae's face as if he was trying to figure out who she was. He sneered and said, "What? Tamamo no Mae, do you want to persuade me to avenge the atomic monster? Since when do you love your own kind so much?" Tamamo no Mae brushed her silver hair back and said slowly, "To be honest, your words are disgusting. I didn't mean that. I just think that if we can make that person into a dish, we can become gods. Don't you think so, Omiyamaru?" Omiyamaru? Shutendaji was a little tipsy from drinking the virgin's blood wine. Now, he couldn't help but shiver. When the demons were ravaging Japan, Shutendaji, Tamamo no Mae, and Omiyamaru were grouped together by human yin-yang masters. In fact, it was hard to tell who was stronger among the 3. They were evenly matched, so the 3 demons rarely met up. They each had their own territory, so they didn't want to hurt each other if they met. However, in this era, the difference in strength between humans and demons had changed. The big demons had fallen or stayed dormant, and the small demons didn't have much power. That was until the era of God's descent. However, since they had just arrived in this world, their strength had weakened. They had no choice but to work together and discuss how to deal with a common enemy. The 3 great monsters did not trust the Japanese gods, and their companions, who were also great monsters, could turn around and bite them at any time, so they had to be on guard. If it was just Tamamo no Mae, Shutendaji wouldn't care too much. However, if Omiyamaru joined in, it would be 2 against 1. Just as Shutendaji's gaze sharpened, a voice appeared along with a figure. Yes, that is indeed the case. It was the answer to Tamamo no Mae's question. Many people felt that the big demons were powerful, but in reality, the Takagami of the ship shrine could completely suppress them. After 1,000 years, the big demons finally realized that if they didn't become gods, there would always be a limit. They just didn't have the chance. The Takamagara, which was said to be part of Wan Shirwan, might have internal conflicts. However, if the demons killed the gods and replaced them, they would receive a thunderous attack. Now, the big demons wanted to have a bite of this delicious food that had the qualification to become a god, but was rejected by others. However, if the food was made from Yamada Shinichi, it wouldn't just be a delicious food, it would be a bone that was difficult to chew. After Omiyamaru said this, the 3 big demons fell into silence. Tamamo no Mae broke the silence first. She sighed. This Yamada Shinichi is not easy to deal with. Even with Izanami's talisman, the atomic demon still failed. Although we've all swallowed our 2 worlds and become stronger, we might not be able to defeat it. Because of her beautiful face, even though they were discussing how to deal with the enemy, they still felt like they were talking about a lover. She was charming and affectionate. The 2 big demons weren't affected at all. Shutendaji pondered, and Omiyamaru didn't say anything. Tamamo no Mae continued, although the atomic demon is young, it has gathered the resentment of hundreds of thousands of people. It's even more powerful than us. Shutendaji wasn't happy about this, but he had to admit that Tamamo no Mae was telling the truth. Although the atomic demon was a big demon born in modern times, it was much more resentful and fearful than Shutendaji, a big demon who had been active in the Heian era. Even the atomic demon was killed by Yamada Shinichi. If they went there directly, they wouldn't know whether they would be turned into food or food. At this moment, the 3 big demons' expressions changed. The Red Fortress demon army that attacked the Managawa shrine failed. Chapter 803. It's very fast. It's not a tug-of-war like we imagined. It's over so quickly. It can be said that the only thing it lacks is Takamajiehara's conferment. But when the 2 Takamajiehara are in a tug-of-war, one of them will win it over. It's only a matter of time. Shutendaji's face darkened as he touched his sword. So, we can't just charge in like this. What do you think, Oyamaru? Oyamaru's face was also livid. He took a few steps and gritted his teeth. Go to our era, our world, the Heian era. That's when we're at our strongest. Also, in our world, the world will help us. That's a good idea, but the 2 worlds are colliding and overlapping, and the shield is full of holes. It's difficult for us to pull him over. Shutendaji pondered for a moment and shook his head. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't rush to deliver food to others. Tamamo no Mae hesitated after hearing Shutendaji's word. She had experienced many things, and because she had lived in the palace, she was more meticulous than the other 2 great monsters. Of course, the great monsters that had lived until now were more cautious. Shutendaji is right. Even if the 3 of us join forces, it'll be difficult to pull Yamada Shinji, who's about to become a god, to our era. If we fail, he'll really die. We can make a sacrifice, Oyamaru said coldly. I'll activate Dread and plunge the entire area into the abyss. In modern society, people live in densely packed areas. It's easier to make a sacrifice than in our era. This way, we can make that person fall into the Heian era. Tamamo no Mae was shocked by Oyamaru's generosity. Is that possible? Won't it cost a lot? Tamamo no Mae, it's unavoidable. But if you can become a god by paying a certain price, will you give it up? Oyamaru asked. Tamamo no Mae asked herself. She wouldn't give up such an opportunity. Many people thought that Takamajiehara's divine system was polytheistic and easy to enter. In fact, this was a typical misconception. 1,300 years ago there was a list of gods. 1,300 years later, how many gods had been added? Excluding the emperors, generals, and ministers, the number of true apotheosized gods might not even be in the single digit. The so-called gods of the people mostly relied on the shrine. Once the shrine disappeared, the gods would also disappear. She had never seen a god like Yamada Shinichi, who slowly grew up in the form of a child god. It wasn't that she hadn't done it before. Most of the gods in Takamajiehara had done it, but she hadn't been able to catch up to the infant stage of those gods. Even if she had, she wouldn't have been able to devour them. If she missed this one, she didn't know if she would have a longer life to wait for the next one to appear. Besides, how many of those who could become gods in such a way weren't hard to deal with? Would the next one be easier to deal with than Yamada Shinichi? Not necessarily. You're right. Tamamo no Mae slowly smiled. Her originally black and bright eyes now revealed the vertical pupils of wild beasts. Indeed, I will not let go of such a great opportunity. That's right. This is a rare opportunity. Two histories are about to collide, and it's only at this moment that we can use the sacrifice to smoothly reach the peak of our time and then ascend. At the mention of the word ascend, the eyes of the three monsters present lit up, flickering with ambition and desire. As for the price, Omiyamaru chuckled. Don't we still have the Tabaku army? We have a cooperative relationship. In the name of allies, we can pull them over to the sacrifice point. They are actually rebels in this world. Killing them will bring joy to the world. Not only can we successfully pull Yamada Shinichi over, but if we succeed, we can also sneak over here. The great power of the Tokugawa shogunate must be furious now. It wasn't easy to smuggle the power of the Tokugawa shogunate over, and now it's being used up by our so-called allies. Tamamo no Mae covered her mouth and laughed. But we are monsters to begin with. Would monsters keep their promises to humans? The three of them roared with laughter, and the three figures on the wall suddenly began to change. Gyosher Duji's slender figure instantly grew to 3 meters long. His fiery red hair fluttered in the wind, revealing the 2 horns on his head. As for Tamamo no Mae's shadow, it had 9 tails that danced elegantly and terrifyingly in the air. Junior high school, 3rd year 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon was when the Japanese high school was dismissed, but most students would participate in club activities. If not, they would usually participate in other group activities. As soon as she stepped out of the classroom, a few girls pushed each other in front of her. Naomi, there's a new escape club in front of the school. We have an extra ticket here. Do you want to go with us? Utagawa Shuko mustered up the courage to ask. This kind of warm and friendly treatment was something that Naomi Hayakawa had been looking forward to for a long time. But now, she could only smile and bow. I'm really sorry, but I still have to go to the club. I can't go this time. Ah, that's too bad. Yeah, but club activities are more important. Naomi, next time you have a chance, you must come with us. Even though they were rejected, the girls still smiled and said goodbye to her. When they saw Naomi Hayakawa bowing slightly before leaving, they said, Naomi, you're so beautiful. Yeah, she's tall too. Even her grades are excellent. She's ranked 3rd in her grade. Is it because she likes Yamada Shinichi, who's ranked 1st? The girls were envious. Naomi Hayakawa was not originally tall, but she had grown to about 1.65 meters in an instant. Her facial features, black hair, and figure did not look strange at all, but when the details were put together, it was hard to look away. Just looking at a picture would not be able to show even 1/10 of her beauty. Not only that, Yamada Shinichi, who had been suspended for a year, was still ranked 1st in his grade when he returned. It was said that he had a powerful background. The school did not care about his suspension and gave the green light to club activities. Many people immediately became more polite to him. The so-called collectivism actually implied a hierarchy. There was a fundamental conflict between equality and collectivism. Therefore, in Japan, hierarchy was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Everyone had a score in their hearts, and they had to face it with different attitudes. This was really enviable. When Naomi Hayakawa arrived at the club, the sound of a wooden sword striking could be heard from the training room. She did not need to look to know that it was bustling inside. The smile on her face became more genuine. She loved this kind of collective life. It was not that no one regretted not joining Yamada Shinichi's club. However, few dared to leave an existing club halfway through. Even if a new student wanted to join this club, the selection process was very strict. Not many people could successfully join. When Naomi Hayakawa appeared, the air seemed to freeze. Pei Ziyun was teaching 2 new members. When he saw her enter, he immediately stopped what he was doing and clapped his hands. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Ah, it's Naomi. Naomi, boo-hoo, I'm so hungry. What are we eating today? The few seniors present cheered. At this time, a few of the new members hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior Naomi." The formal clubs in Japan were very strict, especially the sports club. There were many rules, and the hierarchy was very strict. It was more troublesome to do things than to work. Of course, ordinary clubs were not as strict. Naomi Hayakawa returned the greeting and replied with a smile, "Morning, all of you. This is the snack I made. Because it is a new type, I hope everyone can taste it and give me your opinion." "No problem. Let me go first." Yuta Rokuyama jumped over and immediately stuffed a piece into his mouth before Naomi could open the lunchbox. It was just the right amount for one bite. The taste was sweet and not greasy. It was simply a delicacy. "It's delicious. Naomi, your cooking is getting better and better," Yuta exclaimed as he took a bite of the golden fried prawn. "Is this Hokkaido cold water prawn?" "That's right. It's fresh from the nearby shopping mall. I bought some." How fortunate! The few of them immediately rushed forward and shared the snacks. As for Pei Ziyun and Yako, Naomi would always give them a portion early. Pei Ziyun ate 2 pieces and the rest went to Yako. Yuta quickly finished his portion and squinted his eyes. These are really happy days. I can wait for Naomi's delicious bento every day. I don't even want to go home. Then let's continue our training. Pei Ziyun laughed and said. Naomi watched as they joked and laughed. She loved this kind of atmosphere. This was the kind of life she wanted. At this moment, Pei Ziyun, who had finished looking at his watch, stood up and said, "You guys continue your training. I have to go back early today. Yuta, I'll leave the matters of the club in your hands." With the news of his father's promotion, it was impossible for Pei Ziyun not to return. "Hi, Minister, are you here to celebrate your father's promotion?" Yuta had already heard some news. At this moment, he led the other members to bow and said seriously, "Leave the matters of the club to me. Don't worry." Naomi and Yako followed Pei Ziyun and left. Everyone watched as they left. They were already used to it and naturally did not feel surprised. As they exited the school gates, a car stopped in front of them. The car window rolled down and Pei Ziyun saw that it was still Rina who was driving. However, the person inside was someone familiar, Kawako Sakato. She waved her hand. "Kawako, why are you here? It's been a long time since I've interacted with you. I wanted to take this opportunity to talk to you." Kawako Sakato alighted from the car and bowed slightly. Yako was confused about Kawako Sakato. From her appearance, she looked like a young girl with a good figure. However, her looks were not as beautiful as Naomi. However, there was an indescribable strange feeling in her. As she looked at her, the confusion in Yako's eyes deepened. Naomi Hayakawa took a step back. She was as cautious as Xiaolu. Pei Ziyun touched his nose and sighed. He bowed slightly and said, "Since that's the case, I welcome you." No matter what, he had been missing for a year. Kawako Sakato had taken care of his family. Disregarding everything else, he had to be grateful. Chapter 804. The extended car could accommodate 4 people. As the car moved slowly, Kawako Sakato's eyes glanced at Yako and Naomi's faces a few times, and then pursed her lips into a smile. Hayakawa Naomi frowned. Yamako looked at them carefully. For a moment, the car fell into silence. Pei Ziyun asked, "Kawako, what's the matter this time? Also, thank you for taking care of my father." Kawako chuckled. "That's what I should do. Besides, I didn't interfere. Mr. Yamada Kazuhiko is a capable person. He was promoted because he achieved good results in the company." But Shinkichi, although it's said that a scholar who hasn't seen for 3 days must be looked at in a new light, he has unknowingly reached such a height. It really makes me sigh. Pei Ziyun shook his head and smiled. What she said might be true, but many Japanese companies, especially traditional ones, still used seniority. The salary would increase according to the employee's age and length of service in the company. Promotion was also very important. Even if Yamada Kazuhiko was very capable, it was difficult to promote him because of his seniority. It was not credible to say that Kawako was not a factor. No, I still have to thank the Sakata family for their support. Otherwise, no matter how talented I am, I wouldn't be able to display my achievements today. Shinkichi is too modest. Kawako felt that this matter was not a big deal. She lightly changed the topic. By the way, I heard that there are some changes in the shrine. How is it going? Is it going well? Although there was some trouble, thanks to Naomi and Kawako, it was solved smoothly. Oh? Naomi and Kawako? Kawako raised her eyebrows in disbelief. Of course, she knew the background of these 2 girls. She just didn't expect them to grow so fast and become Yamada Shinkichi's right and left arms. Naomi blushed. Kawako opened the fridge and took a drink. She mumbled, "Oh, powerful Kawako. Kawako is the most powerful samurai." It seems that after a few operations, Naomi and Kawako have made great progress. Kawako pursed her lips and smiled. Almost at the same time, in Yamada's house, Yamada Izumi had already prepared the dishes. The rice, red beans and rice, had also been prepared. More than a dozen plates had also been prepared. Yamada Nanako was not young anymore. She was fair and cute, and she could even help her mother with work. In Japan, inviting guests to dinner was very important. Yamada Izumi saw that it was almost time and rushed to touch up her makeup. She changed into a kimono with a full pattern and made a phone call. "What? So fast? Your father is at home talking with a guest in the study. Don't worry, I will definitely entertain your guest well." After hanging up the phone, Yamada Izumi said to Yamada Nanako, "Nanako, Shinichi is here with Yako and his classmates. Let's go to the door to welcome them." Yamada Nanako was willing. Although she hadn't seen her brother for a year, she liked him very much since he often bought gifts for her. The 2 of them stood at the door and waited. After a while, he saw 2 cars coming over one after the other. "Oniai-chan?" Nanako asked on tiptoe. Yamada Izumi tugged at her, telling her to pay attention to etiquette. The car in front had already stopped in front of Yamada's house. The first to come down were Pei Ziyun and Yako, followed by Naomi. Nanako and Yamada Izumi were stunned and shocked. Nanako even sucked her thumb in her mouth. She had never seen such a beautiful lady in her entire life. "Is this Oniai-chan's girlfriend?" She was so beautiful, even more beautiful than the stars she saw on TV. Before Pei Ziyun could answer, Kawako Sakato came down. She was still very careful and didn't make an exaggerated dress. She was wearing a formal dress. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Naomi, her posture was more elegant. Nanako was suddenly in a dilemma. The first one was beautiful, and this one looked gentle and elegant. Both of them were great. Which one was Oniai-chan's girlfriend? Kawako Sakato didn't know what the little girl in front of her was thinking. As soon as she came down, she very politely bowed to Yamada Izumi. "Sorry to bother you, Mrs. Yamada." After that, she presented the gifts with both hands. Even Yako and Naomi were given a box. Yamada Izumi declined. You have always helped Shinichi a lot. This time you can come. How can you spend money again? Please don't be like this. Paisley Yun looked at them with a smile, and let them decline politely. Naomi also followed. You have always been taken care of by the director. Today we are here to pay a visit. This is just a small token of our appreciation. There is also a gift for your daughter. Please be sure to accept it. Yamada Izumi took it with a smile and said, We are all classmates. You are too polite. Please come in and take a seat. Kawako Sakato was misunderstood. She didn't explain and just smiled. The two outstanding girls with their own characteristics let them in. Yamada Izumi looked at Shinichi's mother and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It was Shinichi's luck to meet such an outstanding girl. It was rare for him to have two classmates who looked very close to each other. She didn't know if the preparation today would make them feel neglected. She was more or less uneasy. As soon as she entered the living room, she sat down on the tatami. Only Yako was ignored because of her young age and being a neighbor. After a few polite words, Yamada Izumi served tea and said, Excuse me, everyone. I will prepare the dishes and let Shinichi entertain you. Both of them slightly bowed their heads to return the courtesy. Sorry for the trouble. Nanako received a box of chocolates and a box of snacks. It wasn't that Kawako Sakato didn't want to spend money, but if it was more expensive, it would be inappropriate. It would be suspected of looking down on the Yamada family. Nanako received 2 gifts at once. She was very happy. She wanted to open it but was afraid of being rude. Nanako, don't worry. I made a few more boxes. Naomi wanted to please Nanako. She opened a box. There were 8 boxes filled with all kinds of snacks. It was very delicate. Just eat. Nanako sat down and took one. Kawako Sakato also picked one and ate it. She pursed her lips and smiled. It's really good. It's sweet but not greasy. I've heard of Naomi's cooking for a long time. Today I finally get to eat it. It's a well-deserved reputation. I admit defeat in cooking. Let me peel an apple for everyone. At this moment, footsteps came from the stairs. Yamada Kazuhiko accompanied a middle-aged man down. The middle-aged man walked down and said, Yamada-kun, congratulations on being promoted to deputy minister. You can go to the head office for the next monthly meeting. To be honest, Yamada-kun, everyone is very envious of you. You've been promoted in less than a year. The higher-ups value you very much. Yamada Kazuhiko knew the minister's hint, but he really didn't know who promoted him. He hurriedly said, You're a senior and a minister. Please give me more advice in the future. Please stay for dinner. The middle-aged man said with a smile, Although you're also a deputy minister in your previous company, the Sakato Consortium and the Sakato family are completely different. Let's not talk about the salary. Our positions are also different. We're both retainers of the Sakato family. I will certainly take care of you in the future. But now I have something to do in the company. I won't bother you anymore. Just as he said that, he saw several girls. But the middle-aged man didn't recognize them for a moment. He just felt something was wrong. Just as he finished peeling the fruit, cutting it into pieces and putting it on the plate, the phone in his pocket rang. She frowned slightly. She took out the phone and had a look. Then she pressed the call. This attracted the middle-aged man's attention. He carefully looked at Kawako Sakato, who was peeling the fruit and cutting it into pieces. He couldn't help but be shocked. Miss Kawako? The old retainer of the Sakato family now generally called her Miss. The direct descendants generally called her Miss Kawako. The next level was called President. Miss Kawako? Yamada Kazuhiko was startled by the middle-aged man's voice. The middle-aged man stared at Kawako downstairs. He was a retainer of the Sakato family. Although his position was a bit far away, he recognized her at a glance and was shocked. In the blink of an eye, Yamada Kazuhiko understood. His surprised eyes also fell on Kawako. Kawako Sakato had to bow to him. "It's our first time meeting. I'm Kawako Sakato, Shinichi's friend. You can call me Kawako." Kawako Sakato? Yamada Kazuhiko's whole body was eroded. On the first day of working at the Sakato conglomerate, he already remembered the president's name. He knew that the president was called Kawako Sakato. Could it be this girl who claimed to be Shinichi's friend was the big boss of the entire Sakato group? This kind of thing was too exciting for Yamada and Hichi to digest for a while. As for the middle-aged man, he was still in a daze, as if he had seen an alien descending on Earth. Yamada Izumi, who came out with the dishes, didn't see the scene just now. Seeing the tense atmosphere, she didn't know what was going on. She could only force a smile and say, please sit together." Master Yuki isn't answering? In the command room, staff officers and staff were hurrying in and out. All of them were expressionless. Outside, a group of military police was checking guns. They were wearing bulletproof vests and helmet. The atmosphere was tense. Tokugawa Hisayoki fell silent after hearing his assistant's reply. At this moment, someone hurried in and bowed when he saw Tokugawa Hisayoki. "Master Tokugawa, the criminals are killing the hostages in the Watanabe building." The Watanabe building was a comprehensive trading building of the Sakato conglomerate. Not only did it have a jewelry section, but it also had a high-class hotel. The people who stayed there were either rich or powerful. But now, a large number of hostages had been kidnapped by the mysterious armed forces. Since they couldn't negotiate, they killed the hostages. Tokugawa Hisaki's face darkened. He looked at the surveillance screen. On one of the screens in the Watanabe building, there were 2 mangled corpses on the ground. They were the hostages' corpses that had been thrown down from a high altitude. Tokugawa Hisayoki ordered in a low voice, "Has the Topu company arrived yet? Charge in." "Yes." Following the order of the shogunate's special agent, fully armed men rushed in. On the screen, one could see that these men were equipped with assault rifles, tactical vests, tactical helmets, bulletproof shields, and a command system. There was originally a video feed, but when they rushed into the building, the screen went black and all the images disappeared. "What happened? Report the situation, report the situation." The commander immediately gave the order. Although it couldn't be seen, they could still hear the panicked footstep. Then, there was the sound of gunfire. "There's a battle inside, there's a battle inside." Then, there was no sound, as if it had been cut off. Only the heartbeat on the screen continued to beat intensely. Then, it quickly died down. The entire command room fell silent. "They're all dead," someone beside Tokugawa Hisayoki said in shock and despair. Tokugawa Hisaki's heart was equally heavy. Although he was a retainer of the shogunate and had seen many things in his life, he still couldn't help but purse his lips tightly at this moment. Due to the demon's attack, the sacrifices were much better for the current Japan, but such sacrifices were meaningless. What was going on inside? No matter how strong the mortals were, it would be difficult for them to destroy the elite troop. Could it be another demon? At this moment, footsteps came from behind. Only a few people could enter the command room. Turning around, he saw that it was indeed Kanna. She walked over and took a glance before saying, "No, this building has completely mutated. If you don't want the soldiers to die in vain, you can't send them in anymore." "Mutated?" Tokugawa Hisayoki stared at the Watanabe building on the screen. Although he knew that Kanna wouldn't lie, he couldn't see anything suspicious with his eyes. Only silence could explain the strangeness of this place. Kanna didn't waste any time and directly wiped Tokugawa Hisaki's eyes with her hand. Tokugawa Hisayoki felt a sharp pain in his eyes. When he opened his eyes to look at the screen again, he saw that the originally normal building was now shrouded in a thick black fog, as if it was alive. Chapter 805. Tokugawa Hisayoki looked at it and shuddered. He ordered, "Turn on the life detector." Yes. The life detector was turned on. The screen showed a ball of light, but there were no signs of life in the building. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It's a good thing that the building isn't demonized. But even so, to solve this problem, we have to destroy the entire building or fight our way in. Kanna looked at him and sighed. Demonic energy isn't unlimited. If there were other ways, she wouldn't have suggested such a violent solution. But to prevent the influence of the black fog from spreading and demonizing the building, they had to sacrifice a small number of lives. We can't just destroy the building. This is Tokyo. If we do that, the impact will be too great. Tokugawa Hideyoshi immediately rejected the idea. In times of peace, guns were taboo in Tokyo. Even if they were in a state of war, explosions would be too much. Tokugawa Hideyoshi took a deep breath and made up his mind. He ordered, "Call the Yamada family directly." "Are you sure? Yamada Shinji isn't our subordinate. He has already used up all the resources available to him." "I know. The shogunate will have a suitable response." Tokugawa Hideyoshi turned around and ordered, "Go!" "Yes." One of the attendants immediately responded. The Yamada family. The aroma of wine filled the air. The Japanese loved sake, and this Dua Sakura was fresh and fragrant. It was priced at 9,000 yen, but it was still within the financial range of the Yamada family. It was appropriate to use it to entertain an important guest. The stiff and unnatural atmosphere slowly returned to normal under the soothing aroma. Dressed in a kimono, Kawako Sakato's every movement was perfect, like a princess. In fact, based on her family background, she was indeed worthy of being called a princess. The lady who had just scared the hell out of Pei Ziyun just now turned her body slightly and gracefully poured him a cup of wine. Ah! Yamada Kazuhiko watched as she filled his wine glass with a smile on her face. Yamada Kazuhiko was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor and felt a great sense of satisfaction. His face was flushed red as he said, "I don't deserve it." But he was very happy. Shinji was already a famous writer, and now he had the lady of the Sakato family as a guest. He had been nervous, afraid that this lady would be difficult to get along with. He never expected that Kawako Sakato would act like a junior, serving food and toasting without a trace of reluctance. It was unbelievable. As for the middle-aged man called Yamamoto Keisuke, she had only said a few words to him. Yamamoto Keisuke heaved a sigh of relief. He could not afford to have his president pour wine for him. Looking at Kazuhiko Yamada, who was sitting at the side, he could not help but feel a little envious. No wonder Kazuhiko was promoted so quickly. Originally, Kazuhiko Yamada was a little dissatisfied with the newcomer's quick promotion, but now, he could only rejoice that he did not have the time to say anything unpleasant. Even if Yamada Shinichi and eldest miss are not married, based on this relationship, I can't neglect Yamada Kazuhiko. Now that you've become the vice minister, deputy minister, you should at least be the minister, right? Although Yamada Izumi maintained her composure and sipped her tea, her mind was in a mess. Was this Kawako Sakato in front of her the eldest daughter of the Sakato family? Or the current family head, the big boss of the Bandong Financial Group? Her gaze involuntarily fell on Yamada Shinji. She saw Yamada Shinji holding a glass of wine and sipping it slowly. His expression was calm, as if he didn't feel anything strange at all and accepted the hospitality calmly. Yamada Izumi was shocked. Although in Japan, it was natural for a wife to serve her husband, they were not married now. Moreover, the difference in status was too big. Just as she was thinking, the phone in the living room interrupted her thoughts. She bowed and said, "I'm really sorry." She stood up to receive it and returned after a while. She smiled at Yuan Zi. "Miss Yuan Zi, it's for you." "Look for her?" Kawako Sakato was a little surprised. She remembered that she had hung up the phone just now and felt unhappy. What was bothering her like this? Before entering the room, she had already instructed the attendants not to disturb her, so she could only smile and nod to the crowd. "Sorry, I'll be back soon." She then stood up to answer the phone. She didn't know what the person on the other end of the line said, but in the blink of an eye, her smile had faded. "Shin-kun, something's happened. Come and listen." She didn't hang up the phone immediately, but spoke to Pei Zi-yun, who was at the banquet. Pei Zi-yun had already guessed what was going on and stood up to answer the phone. What she said confirmed his suspicions. After killing the Atom Demon, the other demons couldn't wait to make their move. "Yamada-kun, I know I've caused you trouble many times." Just as Pei Zi-yun was frowning and muttering to himself, Tokugawa Hisashi spoke with sincerity. "However, the shogunate will not mistreat those who have performed meritorious deeds. Lord Gongfang has already prepared to award you with 6 cultural medals." After the war to topple the Bakufu, the shogunate of this world came up with the Order of Ranks, which established a system of rewards and rewards. 7 people of the 14th rank would be awarded for their merit. Unlike most countries, this system was accompanied by all sorts of privileges and privileges. It started from the 9th rank and went all the way up to the 3rd rank. In modern times, this system wasn't abolished, and it was common practice to have it held twice in the spring and autumn. Specifically, it was divided into 4 categories: military merit, political merit, cultural merit, and special contribution. The 6th rank cultural medal was actually awarded to the 6th rank officials, as well as a corresponding salary of 8 million yen a year for life. This wasn't a problem of money. Pei Zi-yun looked at the task list and thought for a moment before agreeing. "I understand. I'll go now." Kawako took the coat that was placed at the door and draped it over him. At this time, Naomi also reacted and went straight to the rack. She took the wooden sword with both hands and followed closely behind to Pei Zi-yun's side. The tense and solemn atmosphere stunned everyone at the banquet. They didn't know what was going on. Naomi was a little vexed. In order to attend the banquet, she didn't bring the wooden sword that she always brought with her to school. Under such circumstances, she naturally didn't want to be left out. She immediately said, "I'll go get the sword." Since her house was next door, it would only take her a few minutes to get the sword. Everyone watched as she ran out like a gust of wind. "This is... Shinichi, what are you going to do?" Yamada Izumi couldn't help but ask. Although Yamada Kazuhiko and Yamamoto Keisuke were surprised, they couldn't question Naomi in front of her. They could only follow her out of the door. They saw that the car that had left had silently returned. Following behind these 2 cars were 3 black sedans. The moment the cars stopped, a sturdy-looking man jumped out of the car. All of them were dressed in black suits, and their expressions were sharp. They bowed to Yuan Zi and Pei Zi-yun. At this time, a petite figure flew over. It was Naomi, who had returned with the sword. Seeing that she had returned to the team, Kawako no longer hesitated and ordered with a cold expression, "Set out immediately. Our target is the Watanabe building." After saying that, she turned around and bowed to the 3 adults who were left behind. "I'm really sorry. Today's visit has to be temporarily interrupted." Oh, it doesn't matter." Yamada Kazuhiko was stunned. Yamada Izumi had vaguely guessed that her son was different, but seeing this scene, the housewife felt a trace of panic. She wanted to call out to her son, but she swallowed the words that were about to come out. "Don't worry, I will definitely return safely." Seeing that Yamada Izumi was worried, Pei Zi-yun smiled. Time waits for no man. After saying this, he led Naomi into the car. As the cars left, only the 3 people were left behind, stunned. Yamada Kazuhiko looked in the direction of his son's departure. The worry in his heart was actually no less than Yamada Izumi's. Yamamoto Keisuke, who was fortunate enough to see this rare scene, was silent for a long time. He patted Yamada Kazuhiko's shoulder to comfort him. He couldn't help but think in his heart, although I don't know what happened, based on the group of men I saw just now, they definitely carried guns. Could it be the private army of the Yamada family? In the modern era, there are still such private armies? In the past, during the shogunate era, the daimyo naturally had private armies. But in the modern era, this aspect was strictly controlled. Yamamoto Keisuke's thoughts went astray for a moment. It seems like it's not necessarily a good thing to have connections with the Missy. Although I'm somewhat envious of Yamada Kazuhiko's meteoric rise, if I encounter such danger, it's better to be calm and indifferent. I'm just an ordinary person. What happened? Someone entered the Watanabe building? Someone among the people who were staring at the monitor screen exclaimed. The people who had relaxed slightly because they were waiting for Yamada Shinichi's arrival were suddenly shocked. They all turned to look at the screen. About 20 people entered. The life monitoring device could see some human figures entering the hall on the 9th floor of the Watanabe building. However, as more than 20 people entered, the monitor was shocked to find that other than this group of people, there were almost 100 other figures in the hall. This discovery stunned everyone in front of the monitor screen. Tokugawa Hisashi had a good temper, but he still roared angrily. What's going on? So many people entered the Watanabe building. Why didn't we notice them just now? This was unbelievable. They might have arrived before the black fog appeared in the Watanabe building, Kanna said. They must have used some special method to evade the monitoring device just now. Could it be demons? Keep an eye on them. Let's see what they're up to. Tokugawa Hisashi looked coldly at the screen and finally made the decision. Watanabe building, the main hall, what's going on? Why did they suddenly summon us with the most urgent signal? Nozaki Naomasa had just steadied himself when he looked around and asked angrily, and why did they summon us here to suddenly kill hostages and attract the attention of the government? The shogunate is keeping a close eye on us now. They're ready to capture us all at once. If there's no reason that can convince me, I'll report it to the Divine Lord. Noru Yashinari stayed behind and did not say anything. Shiraban Kuniakai, Yashitomo Yuichi, and the others who had also rushed over stood in the crowd and looked around coldly. They had all been summoned by the emergency summon. According to the rules, once there was an emergency summon of this level, they had to rush over no matter what happened. In the end, they found out that someone had killed hostages and caused the police to surround them. They were shocked and angry. Yeah, who summoned us here? They must give us an explanation. I don't know who it is. Is that person not here? Ridiculous, this is ridiculous. Is the person who summoned us here not going to come out and give us an explanation? Nozaki Naomasa shouted coldly. A voice came from the corner of the room, it's me. As the person walked to the center of the room, the 1.75-meter-tall boy suddenly grew in size and became a red-haired monster with horns on his head. Everyone present knew who the newcomer was, and the noisy hall immediately fell silent. Nozaki Naomasa was uneasy, but he immediately calmed down when he thought of the power behind him. He asked coldly, Shutendaji, how could you issue such an emergency summon? Why did you alert the police? If you can't give us a reasonable explanation, I'll report it to the Divine Lord immediately. Tokugawa Ieyasu, who had become a god after his death, was given the title Tasho Daisho I, so he was called the Divine Lord. With the title of the Divine Lord, these monsters would not dare to be presumptuous. Although he said that, Nozaki Naomasa was already filled with killing intent. In this situation, he could only find a scapegoat and say that he and the others were just attending a gathering and were innocently taken as hostages. Although the shogunate would definitely be suspicious, there was no other way. Damn it, these monsters could not be trusted. The only thing they could do was to die. Shutendaji felt the killing intent of the person in front of him. Under everyone's gaze, he suddenly laughed. After laughing, he said, Is that so? Unfortunately, he won't know. Nozaki Naomasa was shocked. The next moment, the demonic aura in the corner of the hall had already rushed up with a bang, becoming a god after his death. Toyotomi Hideyoshi and Tokugawa Ieyasu both had clear godly titles. However, not to mention the future, the godly title at that time, Toyotomi Hideyoshi's great kami of Toyotomi, was much lower than Tokugawa Ieyasu's Tasho Daisho. Chapter 806. How Are Demons Born? Inside the car, Kawako held her knife and asked with a frown. She had just entered middle school, but she already had the spirit of science. How are demons born? Science can't explain it, but many people think it's related to the human heart. The car drove steadily. Kawako looked at her with a smile and nodded approvingly. She opened the small fridge and poured a glass of wine for Pei Ziyun. She shook her head and smiled. This is human thinking. In my opinion, it's related to the spirit of heaven and earth. What do you think? I haven't thought about this. Pei Ziyun took a sip and complained. But if resentment can make one a demon, then our world would have long become hell. Every time there was a war, hundreds of thousands of people died. Even if society progressed, there would always be people who became victims. Resentment could make one a demon, and the world was no longer what it was now. At this time, the destination was close. Kawako smiled and did not continue the discussion. She was a deity with keen senses. She could sense the turbulent demonic aura of the Watanabe building. As the car approached, her senses became clearer and clearer. The other two also had the same senses, but when they got out of the car and saw the situation of the building with their own eyes, they couldn't help but be shocked. Clusters of air that were as black as ink coiled around the entire building like snakes, layer after layer, wrapping the building tightly. One could even see giant skeletons letting out soundless roars from time to time in the black air, as well as many faces that were crying and howling in desperation and struggling in the black air to no avail. Pei Ziyun stood there. The slender youth raised his head and looked calmly at the building shrouded in demonic aura. He had experienced several worlds, not to mention the terrifying demonic aura and bloody aura of a great demon. He had seen even more ferocious and terrible scenes. Pei Ziyun's eyes finally fell on the top of the building. It was a vortex that ordinary people couldn't see, and it was slowly getting bigger. However, although ordinary people couldn't see the vortex of demonic aura, the police standing nearby felt a kind of creepy feeling. This was the instinct of ordinary creatures to sense danger. It's a sacrifice to the distant shore. Kawako only took a glance and her expression changed slightly. Even a deity like her could feel the horror in the building, and even a trace of fear emerged. This was no longer pure demonic aura, but mixed with an even more terrifying unknown power. Something was currently responding to this, and the door was already gradually taking shape. This was the door created by the sacrifice of human lives. There's no one alive inside. Pei Ziyun retracted his gaze and spoke plainly. Even if he did, he was afraid that the door would have already taken possession of him, and it would be hard for him to escape. His words shocked the people around him, especially Tokugawa Hisashi, who had just rushed over to welcome him, and his entourage. They looked at the building again in bewilderment. This was especially true for some of the attendants. Their faces were a bit pale and they wanted to retreat. After all, sacrifice sounded quite sinister. However, for the sake of their future, for the sake of their responsibilities, they couldn't cower in front of everyone's eyes. Kanna was probably the one who could understand the conversation between Pei Ziyun and Kawako Sakato the best among the people present. But even she could only see the phenomenon of the building being wrapped in layers of black gas, but she couldn't see through the phenomenon to see the essence. When he heard the conversation between the two of them, his complexion darkened. Yamada-kun, Miss Kawako, if it's a sacrifice, even if everyone in the building is sacrificed, they still won't be able to open such a door, right? Kanna asked with a frown. Of course, she wasn't just concerned about the hostages in the building. She was worried about whether such a sacrifice would spread to the surrounding areas. If the unknown demon inside wanted to sacrifice more people, such a situation would be difficult to avoid. Pei Ziyun glanced at her and roughly knew what she was thinking. He explained, although the demon inside isn't weak, it's only limited to using the building as a place for sacrifice. Originally, there weren't enough people in the building, but it seems that they've deceived a lot of people. Kanna was a little embarrassed that Pei Ziyun had seen through her thoughts. She couldn't say anything more. Tokugawa Hisashi's gaze turned cold. He turned back and said, "Investigate the identity of the person who arrived at the building immediately." Just as he was about to say something, Pei Ziyun said directly, "Naomi, Kawako, don't go up. I'll go up and take a look." As he said this, he walked straight to the entrance of the Watanabe building. Some police officers wanted to stop him, but Pei Ziyun's gaze swept across them. They immediately stopped and watched him walk up the stone steps of the building. But at this moment, someone moved. Kawako. Naomi's side was empty. She subconsciously tried to grab him, but she didn't manage to catch him. She then saw that Kawako was already 7 or 8 meters away, chasing after him. Her actions were too sudden. Even Yuenzi didn't expect it. When Naomi wanted to follow, Yuenzi pulled her back. "Listen to Yamada-kun. Don't follow him." Yuenzi shook her head and advised. In such a short amount of time, the two figures had already disappeared into the building's entrance and could no longer be seen. Watanabe Building, first floor. The spacious hall was quiet. The ground was littered with corpses that were still fresh. Most of them were employees in uniform. The thick smell of blood in the air was nauseating. A female employee with the name Kumamoto on her chest was lying on her side. Her face was full of fear and disbelief. Pei Ziyun looked straight ahead and walked towards the stairs. It wasn't a wise choice to take the elevator at this time. Pei Ziyun was also curious about what kind of trap was waiting for him. From afar, the stairs looked normal. There weren't even any corpses on the ground. It was clean and tidy. But the moment he stepped into the area of the stairs, a thin fog appeared around him. The fog gradually became thicker. Small tricks. If it's only at this level, then I'm really disappointed. Or is this just the appetizer? Pei Ziyun didn't need to look around. He could already scan most of the area. Because of the strange resistance, he couldn't see the entire building in front of his eyes. But it was impossible for them to launch a sneak attack on him. Divine power? No, it's the tentacles that penetrate deep. This is the first time I've felt so clearly. It's the mouth of the other world. Pei Ziyun laughed. He was willing to come in because the other party saw him as prey. Similarly, he saw the other party as prey. As for who was the prey and who was the hunter, it all depended on the abilities of both parties. Now, who would he summon? Pei Ziyun was looking forward to it. Killing the 3 demons was his mission, but it didn't have to be the specific 3. There were other sacrifices. As long as they were of a certain amount, it would be fine. Just as Pei Ziyun reached a staircase, a person suddenly jumped up and pounced towards him from a corner. A foul stench assaulted his nostrils. Pooh! Before Pei Ziyun could make a move, Yazi had already caught up and chopped it down. Pei Ziyun knew that this little brat wouldn't listen to him and wasn't surprised. He looked at the decapitated corpse in front of him. This is a zombie. From the looks of it, this place is about to become a normal world. It was obvious how strong and chaotic the aura here was. It was strong enough to blur the boundaries between the two worlds. Yazi, since you've caught up, let's kill them. Pei Ziyun said to Yazi as he retracted his gaze from the zombie. Yazi's eyes flashed with excitement as she immediately replied, "Yes." From the top floor of the Watanabe building came a shrill scream. Nozaki Naomesa's hand had been chopped off, but he didn't seem to notice it at all. He fired at the blade of light. Pu-piu sounds could be heard. Shutendaji did not advance but instead retreated. Nozaki Naomasa stood there in a daze for a moment before his waist split into two. Fresh blood and internal organs gushed out as he screamed in pain. The power of the gun is not bad. Shutendaji did not continue to chase after the remaining escapees. He frowned slightly as he pointed the blood-stained blade downwards. His two claws rested on the hilt as he lowered his head to look at the ferocious face of the demon. A tinge of frustration could be seen on his face. The bullet was embedded in his muscles and was ejected from his body. Big Umaru did not say a word as he wiped his weapon. Tamamo no Mae's eyes were slightly closed as if she was resting, but in reality, she was anxiously observing the situation in the building. Suddenly, her eyes opened and she smiled. He's here. The three demons knew who this he was referring to. Good timing. Let's begin. Big Umaru suppressed his excitement as he spoke. If Yamada Shinichi was not so important, things would not have gone so smoothly. Shutendaji and Tamamo no Mae naturally had no objections. They had been waiting for Yamada Shinichi. Tell me, why is Yamada Shinichi so important? Is he just a new god? Has he not completely transformed yet? Big Umaru suddenly asked. Is our world willing to put in so much effort to respond to him? Tamamo no Mae's 9 tails faintly appeared behind her. We don't have to worry about that. We just need to lure Yamada Shinichi to our world, and we will have half succeeded. The more valuable Yamada Shinichi is, the more likely we will be able to register and the easier it will be for us to gain the forgiveness of the Divine Lord, Tokugawa Ieyasu. After all, we have sacrificed many of the shogunate's lords to complete this mission. That's right. The shogunate has suffered a great loss. Shutendaji was known as the strongest demon. He truly understood the difference between gods and demons. So we must succeed. Let's do it. The three big monsters exerted their strength together, and the demonic aura that permeated or was dormant in the entire Watanabe building was instantly triggered. The door that was originally opened closed at lightning speed, and the vortex above the building also trembled slightly. Boom! The hall was covered with corpses. Their flesh and blood had withered. The souls of the dead were forcibly extracted from the corpses by a force. They screamed as they were sucked away. Then, the corpses on the various floors of the building all withered instantly. Similarly, the souls that were invisible to the naked eye were all pulled down. In front of the building, Kawako Sakato's face darkened. Kana was shocked. Pei Ziyun, who was walking up, suddenly stopped. Kawako seemed to have sensed something and looked around. The aura here has changed greatly. My guess was wrong. It's not trying to summon something. It has another purpose. At this moment, Naomi felt like she was hallucinating again. In an instant, the reality that only a few people could see appeared in front of her. She had a premonition that made her scream. Not good, Kashi-chan. The Chang Sure inside isn't entering our world. He's quickly retreating. He wants to leave with Yamada-kun. Quick, quick, we must stop him. Chapter 807. Boom! The entire building and the souls of hundreds of people were instantly swallowed. The vortex above the building, under the horrified gaze of Kawako Sakato, Naomi, Kana, and a few others, suddenly expanded and swallowed the entire building. Oh no, the building is shaking! Retreat! Retreat! Don't push! Retreat in an orderly manner. The police downstairs were frightened by the movement, and the cadres felt that something was wrong. They shouted and ordered the people present to retreat. Almost at the same time, the two attendants helped Tokugawa Hisashi up and retreated without saying a word. Tokugawa Hisashi was pulled back by the attendant. He was experienced in society and naturally knew that he couldn't trouble his subordinates at this time. He was silent for a moment and didn't say anything, but he didn't forget to look up and see that the towering building was shaking visibly. The extent of the shaking was frightening, like a small toy being shaken left and right by a naughty child. There was clearly no explosion, and the building that was quiet a moment ago suddenly had such a sudden change. It was simply frightening. There were many buildings and even civilians in the vicinity. What's going on? Togawa Hisashi thought it was ridiculous. He suspected that this change might be related to Yamada Shinichi, but he didn't want to think about such a terrible possibility. The Watanabe building collapsed under his gaze. Boom! Boom! More than 10 floors of the building collapsed in an instant, and part of the building fell and smashed into a nearby building. Although the vicinity of the Watanabe building had long been evacuated, there were still some people, especially the reporters, who stayed behind. Among them were the reporters who had been standing in front of the window of the neighboring building, trying to spy on the situation inside the building with binoculars. At this time, when they saw the behemoth crashing down, they were scared stiff. No. Boom! With a heavy crash, part of the building also began to shake, and the screams were drowned out by the loud rumble. Dust exploded, and a piece of gravel fell from the sky and smashed into Hayakawa Naomi's side, almost crushing her. But Naomi stood up and rushed inside. Not good, Yamada-kun is in danger. Kawako Sakato was agile and pulled her back, shouting, "Are you crazy? It's so dangerous inside, you can't run around." The collapse caused the streets to fall into chaos, and the citizens screamed in panic. Fortunately, they had the relevant education, and they all ran away in an orderly manner. Yamada-kun is fine. You can't give him trouble. Kawako Sakato didn't say anything and pulled her arm to run to safety. Hayakawa Naomi struggled. But Yamada-kun is in danger. We can't just leave him be. His voice was mournful, and it made Kanna, who was following him, feel uncomfortable. However, in this situation, they could only go to the safe zone. Staying here would only be sending them to their death. Even Genko, who was a deity, could do nothing about it. She could only comfort him. Believe me, Yamada-kun is not dead, he is not dead. Boom. Hold me tight. Peizi Yun brought Yazi and ran forward. The hall was filled with fallen debris and debris. He used his body to protect Yazi. Seeing that the entire building was about to collapse, he squinted his eyes. The exit has been sealed. The whirlpool in the sky was spinning crazily, gathering energy. Peizi Yun stared at the whirlpool. It was hard to fathom the depth of the whirlpool, but the ones pulling it were 3 demons. If I kill these 3 demons, or one of them, I will definitely be able to break this shackle. He immediately summoned at all costs. My power is not enough now, but I can transfer power. Just as he was thinking, he heard a bang. A bolt of lightning fell and swept away the collapsed building. White light suddenly exploded. Puff! Peizi Yun subconsciously swung his sword. Donbua country, Dajiangshan was a continuous range of mountains. The highest was no more than 832.5 meters. Climbing to the top, one could see Ruwei Bay, Danho Peninsula, and when visibility was good, one could see Ice Mountain, White Mountain, and Mount Atago. Originally, it was not too high and it was winter. However, there was a place where the demons were entrenched, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. The demon in the middle suddenly frowned and raised his head. Blood was dripping down his face. In his arms was a young girl. As soon as he loosened his grip, she fell to the ground. Her chest did not rise or fall, and her beautiful eyes were wide open, but there was no life in them. Your Highness, she is just a human. Even if she is about to become a god, she would not be able to resist the combined forces of you and the 2 lords. There are many female demons here today. If you like, why don't we drink some good wine from the human city and have them dance for you? A demon who thought that he had some face in front of Shutendaji saw the change in his expression and frowned. He wanted to persuade him to relax. This was a very normal thing to do. With Shutendaji's tolerance, he would not even kill his subordinates when they provoked him. The demons sitting below were all drinking and chatting happily. Ever since their king returned successfully, there was nothing to worry about. This was their base camp. Even the emperor of the capital had to hide in the palace and tremble, not daring to go out easily. The human nobles relied on the barrier of the capital, but something had happened. Now, the barrier was no longer in existence that the great demons were afraid of. Just as the demons were drinking, a scream caused their hands to freeze. When they turned their heads to look, they could not help but widen their eyes. How could this be? The demon who went forward to persuade them to drink had been cut into two. He was not dead yet and was screaming on the ground. Instantly, all the demons present fell silent. After all, he was a great demon. No matter how calm he was usually, he was temperamental. In this stiff atmosphere, a female great demon sitting at the side had a relaxed expression. She even teased, "What's wrong? You can't even control your own emotions? If that's the case, how can I become the ruler of the demon country?" Although Yamada Shinji's strength was somewhat unexpected, this alone was not enough to make Shutendaji lose his composure to this extent. Shutendaji frowned, feeling somewhat vexed. He had been in a state of shock and had yet to regain his senses. When he felt something approaching him, he subconsciously slashed down with his sword. When he regained his senses, this loyal subordinate had already been slashed to death. If he said that he did not do it on purpose, he would lose the dignity of a great demon. He might as well accept the fact that demons thought he was temperamental. However, since Tamamo-no-Me had spoken, the situation was different. He immediately sneered and used the tip of his tongue to lick his canine teeth. A faint smell of blood seeped out. He stretched out his hand and said, "In that instant, we had already returned to our original form. The thing maintaining the door was only an illusion formed by power. However, I am, Oyamaru, who had been silent all this while, squinted his eyes and looked over. He saw a thin wound on Shutendaji's outstretched hand, and a sleeve had been cut off. Tamamo-no-Me immediately came to a realization, and her expression changed slightly. You're saying that when he slashed your illusion, it was equivalent to capturing your real body? This was the reason why Shutendaji was in a daze. He frowned in annoyance. Yes, I feel like I was just a little bit away from being locked down and killed. This is the authority of a god. Yamada Shinji is really only half a step away from becoming a god. The three great monsters looked at each other in dismay. After a long time, Tamamo-no-Me forced a smile and said, "However, I sense that our backup plan separated him from that human girl. That girl is his weakness. We should capture her as soon as possible. It's just a human girl. There's no need for us to take action personally. We should conserve our strength and prepare to face the real enemy," Oyamaru said. "Oyamaru, you only care about strength and not the heart. You won't live long." Tamamo-no-Me teased. She suddenly frowned. "Huh! What's wrong?" Under the watchful eyes of the two great demons, Tamamo-no-Me opened her folding fan and stood in front of them. "No, it's nothing. You're right. We can't do it alone. Let's use all the strength we have among the demons and humans. If not, we'll die." He was a man who was only half a step away from becoming a god. Even the little girl had disappeared into thin air. It was a power that she had once known and feared. Did Takamajiehara really care so much about this man's weakness? She raised her head and looked at the snow falling from the sky. Fine snowflakes fell from the dark sky, making the road that was covered in mud and dung a little cleaner. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and said to the middle-aged man beside him, "Yamazaki, do you see the city in front of us?" The middle-aged man was a samurai, Yamazaki Ichiro. Usually, at this time, the sun would have just set. However, it had been raining and snowing for the past few days, causing the sky to darken very quickly. Yamazaki Ichiro was one of the warriors who accompanied Yamada Shinichi to Heionjing, but his role was not small. This was because Yamada Shinichi had never been to Heionjing before, and he was fortunate enough to follow the transfer of the grain to the capital, and arrived here a few years ago. The so-called grain transfer was the grain that was transported from the public lands to Heian City. Originally, Yamazaki Ichiro could only take on the task of transporting the grain. However, this time, he was under orders from the Minister of State and Izumi Sho Tachibana to deliver a letter to the madam. The madam and Izumi Shikibu were the daughters of the Ekizan Sho Oya. Their statuses were very high. Even if they were to deliver a letter, it was not a job that an ordinary samurai could do. Thus, Yamada Shinichi of the Yamada family, who owned 550 stones, was in charge. Yamazaki Ichiro's assistance was needed to determine the direction and travel. Unfortunately, the road was not safe. Originally, there were 3 people who set off, but now there were only 2 left. Looking at the silhouette of the city in the distance, Yamazaki Ichiro immediately said in surprise, "Yamada Temple, that is Heian City." We finally arrived before the gates closed. The journey was not easy, and they even lost 1 person because of the bandit. How could they not be happy when they finally reached their destination? However, Yamada Shinichi did not seem to be happy. He looked at the city and frowned. "Yamada Temple, is something wrong?" Yamazaki Ichiro asked in confusion. He gripped the hilt of his sword and looked around warily. Pei Ziyun smiled and looked at Yamazaki Ichiro. He smiled and shook his head. "No, nothing. Let's go." Chapter 808. Yamazaki Ichiro didn't know what Pei Ziyun was thinking in his heart. The peace capital that I know does not have any city walls. However, there are towering city walls here. Since Yamazaki Ichiro has been to the peace capital before, he would naturally not be mistaken. Just from its appearance, one can tell that the peace capital is extraordinary. Pei Ziyun stared at the peace capital and could feel the unusual aura emanating from within. Once I arrived, I became Yamada Shinichi. I am still the Yamada Shinichi of this world, living in the Izumi Kingdom, with a family of 550 stones. They are considered a respectable warrior family, although in this era, warriors are not as prominent as in the future. During the Heian era, the status of warriors was not high. 150 years ago, warriors were no different from bandit. They were only legalized not long ago. In the future, the government relied more on warriors to quell local rebellions and suppress pirates. But now they were just tools for the Guan family and the emperor to fight for power. It would take another 150 years for warriors to become the decisive force in politics. They established the shogunate and stepped onto the stage of history. Pei Ziyun came here out of nowhere and was immediately given the identity of the young master of the Yamada family. This is different from the original Japan. Originally, Tao arts and divine powers were concentrated in the soul, unable to interfere with the real world. But now there is a powerful force that sealed my powers. Not only that, it also created a memory block. This force is really strong. If not for the plum blossom, he would have thought that there was a Yamada family in this era, and that he was the young master of this family. If that is the case, I will be blinded by the illusion and die without knowing why. Thinking of his mission in the Heian capital, as well as Yamada Shinichi's respect and loyalty to Izumi Shoju, Pei Ziyun could not help but shake his head. Not only did he make thorough arrangements to create a flawless identity for himself, his mission in coming to Heian capital was also very specific. He was ordered by Izumi Shoju Dojin to inquire about the situation of Izumi's wife and Izumi Shirbaku. Is it like in history because they were separated she had an affair with Izumi Shoju? Izumi Shoju smelled the light of the blue hat, so he sent people to find out. But this mission was given to me, how reasonable. But in history, I heard that her lover was the 3rd prince of the Cold Spring Emperor. As such, Tachibana Daojin could only divorce her out of anger, but couldn't do anything to her. Because the peaceful capital in front of him was somewhat different from what he remembered, Pei Ziyun did not think too much about the rumors of Izumi Shikibu. Since his power was sealed, he planned to go through the motions with the identity that the other party had arranged for him and see what the other party was planning. After all, apart from power, Yazzie has also been separated from me. I have to find her first. A force is blocking my senses, but this is the general direction. Thinking up to this point, Pei Zi-yun then turned to Yamazaki Ichiro and said, "Yamazaki, let's hurry up. Don't get locked out of the city." Yes, Yamada Hall. This suggestion was exactly what Yamazaki Ichiro wanted. He straightened his chest and held the blade at his waist, protecting Pei Zi-yun as he continued to move forward. His heart was already filled with weeds. Although I, Yamazaki Ichiro, am a loyal warrior and will not betray my superiors, Your Highness Yamada is too young and doesn't have much martial arts. If I can meet Madam and work hard to show my loyalty and talent, and get Madam's appreciation, wouldn't it be a great honor for her to praise me when she replies? If the Yamazaki family can show their faces in front of Lord Tachibana Daojin, then they might not just be inferior to the Yamada family. Pei Zi-yun glanced at it and ignored it. Along the way, Pei Zi-yun was actually very clear about this person's little schemes. However, this was not his world, and as long as it did not harm him, he would ignore it. Perhaps this would cause Yamazaki Ichiro to misunderstand. Although he did not dare to show disrespect, he thought that he was young and had a magnanimous personality. Unfortunately, Yamazaki Ichiro did not know that Izumi Shibu had cheated. This was not a letter delivery, but an intelligence gathering. And this involves the Lord Protector's blue hat light. If I go back and report it, the Yamada family may still have a chance to escape this calamity. Yamazaki Ichiro can only die. He will fall into the water and die, or cut his abdomen, right? This is really the sorrow of a small person. Both of them were wearing straw sandals. There was a layer of snow on the ground, and their feet were very cold. Even an expert like Pei Zi-yun did not like this kind of weather. When the city gate was near, the two of them sped up and rushed into the city before the gate closed. Because it was winter, the sky darkened very quickly. After entering the city, the streets were already empty, and there were no passers-by. This made Yamazaki Ichiro, who had been to Peace Capital before, a little puzzled. Although because of the location of Peace Capital, the right capital was deserted, but now that they were walking on the streets of the left capital, it should not be so deserted. The shops and houses along the streets were all closed. It was impossible to find someone to find out where the Tachibana residence was. Although Yamazaki Ichiro had been to Peace Capital before, he had never been to the Tachibana residence. If he did not find someone to ask, he would not be able to find the address. Yamazaki Ichiro was unwilling to give up. He rubbed his hands together, which were red from the cold, and suggested, "Yamada-ting, we have traveled day and night, and finally arrived at Peace Capital. Why don't we find someone to ask for the address, and immediately go to the Tachibana residence to pay our respects to Madame Sure? That would be more respectful." Pei Zi-yun smiled and looked at him, causing Yamazaki Ichiro to avert his gaze. That's not appropriate. After all, she's a woman. It would be rude to pay her respects in the middle of the night. Although Yamazaki Ichiro wanted to refute, he was just a low-ranked warrior. He wanted to curry favor with the Tachibana residents, and thus could only swallow his dissatisfaction and nod his head in agreement. There's no one else here, and we don't know what's going on. Let's quickly find an inn to stay in. Pei Zi-yun said as he looked around. He had never seen such an aura in the capital of a country. Yamazaki Ichiro had no choice but to admit that the silence of the night in Peace Capital was unsettling. Even though he did not want to think too much about it, Yamazaki Ichiro could not help but think back to the stories he had heard a few years ago when he first came to Peace Capital. Just as he was thinking about it, a gust of cold wind blew past, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. "Ah, there's a noodle stall in front, Yamada-ting. Why don't we eat a bowl of noodles before looking for an inn? Let's ask the stall owner where we can find an inn. At this point, Yamazaki Ichiro saw a lantern with the words, "Buckwheat Noodles," written on it. This was a common stall sign. The moment Yamazaki Ichiro thought of the warm noodles slipping down his throat and into his stomach, he could not take another step. His stomach growled in response. Pei Zi-yun did not mind. After all, the cold weather did not harm him at all. Since the other party was willing to take the risk and stay on this street, he could not be bothered to object. That's fine too. Then let's each have a bowl of buckwheat noodles. It should taste good. Yamazaki Ichiro swept away the gloominess of having his suggestion rejected. He took a few quick steps forward and soon reached the lantern. But when he saw the lantern clearly, he could not help but be taken aback. There was a noodle stall here. On the small table, there were a few utensils and carrot. Steam was rising from the pot, but there was only water boiling. There were no noodles in sight, nor was there anyone cooking them. Where's everyone? Where's everyone? Yamazaki Ichiro felt uneasy, but he still raised his voice and shouted. Only the cold wind blew past, sweeping up the snow on the ground. No one answered him. Yamazaki Ichiro's anticipation turned into anger. If not for the fact that Yamada-ting was right next to him, and if this was 200 years later, when warriors ruled the world, he would have smashed the noodle stall. Even so, he could not help but curse. Bastard, are you trying to play tricks on me? Just as he finished speaking, there was no wind and no one. The lantern was extinguished, and the surroundings were plunged into darkness. Not only that, he could hear the sound of someone crying. Yamazaki Ichiro was stunned, and his teeth chattered. After a few seconds, he snapped out of it and jumped away from the noodle stall. Yamada-ting, there's something strange about this place. There's something strange about this place. Why don't we leave? Pei Zi-yun raised his eyebrows and said. Yamazaki Ichiro did not realize that something was wrong. He felt as though there were countless strange things looking at him from the depths of the darkness. His heart turned cold, and he wanted to leave immediately. Since Yamada-ting had spoken, he was naturally eager to leave. The two of them quickly left the noodle stall, and walked for a while before they saw an inn. The lantern at the entrance of the inn was also lit, and swayed slightly in the wind. Yamazaki Ichiro could not help but shiver, and subconsciously did not want to go over. Luckily, he saw the light and shadows inside, and heaved a sigh of relief. Why are the two of you still outside at this time? A skinny old man was just about to close the door when he saw Pei Zi-yun and Yamazaki Ichiro walking over. He exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly bowed. He did not mind the cold attitude of the guests, and invited them inside. He even said, "Guests, you sure have guts. You still dare to walk in the middle of the night. Please, come in." The door closed, and warmth enveloped the two of them. Yamazaki Ichiro's frozen body was starting to recover. "Do you have wine and rice balls?" Yamazaki Ichiro did not care about anything else as he asked. "Rest assured, I do not have anything else, but I do have warm wine and rice balls," the inn owner replied with a smile. Pei Zi-yun found an empty table, and could hear the whispers of the guests at the next table. Looking around, he realized that the people sitting in the lobby of the inn were all samurai. There were swords on the table, and as they ate and drank, they did not forget to look around vigilantly. Pei Zi-yun sat down thoughtfully, and placed the sword on the table. He could not see it clearly from afar, but under the light of the lamp, it was obvious that it was a wooden sword. When some people looked over, they could not help but feel curious. Yamazaki Ichiro noticed the curious gazes of the people around him, and felt his face burning up. Yamada-ting was a generous person, and did not need to pay for his food and drinks along the way. He even had rice balls, although not all of them were white rice, for every meal. Ordinary samurai only had bran, wild vegetables, and brown rice. Only the nobles could eat white rice, fish, and shellfish. This kind of treatment was rare and should be thanked. But the other party was just a pillow with embroidery. Going out on a long journey with only a wooden sword, to a samurai, was an extremely disgraceful thing. But the other party was young and incompetent, and yet he could enjoy 550 stones of knowledge. How could he not be jealous? It's just that he was born into a better family. If it were me, I would have long been valued by Tachibana Daojin. Yamazaki Ichiro was very confident in his own martial arts skills. When he went to Heian City, he met with bandit. In the end, he killed 3 of them and successfully completed his mission. Chapter 809. Please enjoy your meal. At this time, the boss served the dishes. Pickled vegetables, pickled radish, a rice ball, and a piece of pancake. Although he did not know that the Yamada Palace that Yamazaki Ichiro was complaining about was a fabricated identity, he still revealed a satisfied expression when he saw the sumptuous dinner. Pei Zi-yun nodded his head, feeling hopeless about the food in this era. Back then, the official's daily menu consisted of the above, with the addition of salted fish. At most, he would have a cup of tea and a few snacks after the meal. That was already considered a luxurious meal. Bear with it. Pei Zi-yun drank slowly. After a while, he had a general understanding of the identity of the people sitting here. They were samurai who had recently come to Heian capital for business. Most of them were low-level samurai. Normally, these people were fierce warriors, and their courage was different from ordinary people. But now, their expressions were cautious, and their words were careful. These samurai were not rare. In the early years of the Heian era, bandits were already rampant. They attacked the national palace, ambushed the transport, and even burned the palace. In the first year of Kwanhei, 889, the great bandit Ubu Shai led a group of bandits to create chaos in Kanto. They were only suppressed after 10 years. Following that, the Eastern Horse Gang rebelled. Following that, the Wei family members were laid off, and they rebelled. They attacked the transport ships, stole rice and silk, and ran amok in the South China Sea. These were the Western pirates. To make matters worse, the descendants of the barbarian tribe rebelled again. The so-called 100 Demons Parade was actually a synonym for bandits or bandits in real history. The imperial court slandered them as ghosts. Even the original form of Shutendaji was actually an army of bandit. Interesting political tactics and propaganda. If the commoners knew that the ones rebelling were people like them, they would imitate them. But now that the ones rebelling were evil spirits, not only did they not imitate them, they even avoided them. This isolated the evil spirit. Japan was able to maintain its dynasty for 1,500 years because it had some tricks up its sleeve. In order to deal with these evil spirits, the imperial court had to rely on samurai. This was the reason for the rise of the samurai. Nowadays, the local security officers and transport teams are all samurai. It is normal for them to come to Heian capital. But it's quite obvious that in my world, the century demons aren't necessarily thieves or bandit. At the very least, Shutendaji isn't one. Moreover, although these warriors talk about many things, if you listen carefully, they are only talking about the things that happened during the day. They all avoid talking about the things that happened during the night. Even the things that happened during the night are avoided. To be able to make these warriors afraid, it seems that the legend of man ruling the day and ghost ruling the night might not be true. If I had my martial arts, I wouldn't need to hesitate at all. I would just attack directly. But now, I have no choice but to take a roundabout route. I have to find out the intentions of the Black Hand. Maybe I can get Yamazaki to give it a try. Pei Zi-yun did not like to converse with strangers. In addition to the fact that his temperament was very different from these low-ranking warriors, it was hard for him to get close to them. On the other hand, although Yamazaki Ichiro was not a straightforward person, his appearance was frightening, and he had the vulgarity of a low-level warrior, which made those people feel at ease. Just as he drank some wine, a warrior sitting at the side swayed over and struck up a conversation with Yamazaki Ichiro. When facing Pei Ziyun, the other party was a little restrained, especially when he found out that the other party was the young master of the Yamada family who served Tachibana Dojo. The smile on his face became much more humble. But when it turned to Yamazaki Ichiro, there was no such discomfort. The warrior smiled and said, "Yamazaki-kun, it must have been hard on the road from Izumi Kingdom to Heian Capital, right?" The Izumi Kingdom was very close to Heian Capital, but in the Heian era, it was already considered a remote countryside. Yamazaki Ichiro's spirit was lifted, and his gloominess was swept away. He laughed out loud and said with some pride, "You're right. I met 2 groups of bandits along the way. Those people are really despicable. They are all lowly commoners. Facing a warrior, they actually dared to pull out their swords. However, these lowly commoners, even if they managed to snatch 1 or 2 swords, they were just bumpkins. I chopped down 3 of them on the spot." Yamazaki Ichiro picked out a few things that he had done well, causing the surrounding people to stop talking and listen carefully. Pei Ziyun also listened curiously. After all, this Yamada Shinichi had directly parachuted to a place not far from Heian Capital. Those things that happened before had nothing to do with him. He also wanted to listen and see if he could find any clues. In the end, all he heard was Yamazaki Ichiro bragging about his strength, and he suddenly felt bored. Obviously, the focus of the warrior was not this. "This is really amazing, but other than this, did you encounter any strange things?" Was he asking about the demons on the way back to determine if the journey back was safe? Speaking of which, after entering the city, we encountered a strange thing. Not wanting to continue listening to nonsense, Pei Ziyun suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention to him. Yamazaki Ichiro, who was just talking about his own pride, could not help but shiver when he heard this. Immediately, someone noticed this and asked with a little unease, "Oh, Yamazaki-kun, Yamazaki-kun, I'm really sorry for my presumptuous request. Can you tell me?" There were also people who resisted the urge to come over and sat back down, obviously a little nervous. Pei Ziyun saw the reactions of these people and said lightly, "The 2 of us found a lantern with the words buckwheat noodles written on it. When we walked over, we found that there was no one in front of the stall. Yamazaki called out to us, but no one answered. He casually cursed, and the lantern actually went out with a puff. There was no wind at that time, and there was the sound of a woman whimpering. The oil lamp in the house was originally emitting a faint green light, looking a little eerie. As he spoke, it was suddenly blown by the wind and shook slightly, almost extinguishing it. The sound of the wind outside also became louder, letting out a whimpering sound, as if responding to Pei Ziyun's words. Everyone present fell silent. The warrior who came over to chat with Yamazaki Ichiro, all turned pale and did not speak, returning to his original seat. "Everyone, what's wrong?" Yamazaki Ichiro felt uneasy and forced a smile. No one replied. After a long period of silence, someone finally replied softly, "This is the extinguishing of the fire lantern, it's a bad omen." Yamazaki Ichiro could not stand the stifling atmosphere, and upon hearing this, his face turned ugly. He placed his bowl of wine on the table and stood up. "It's just that there's no one around, what's so strange about that? What bad omen, don't spout nonsense." His heart was filled with guilt, and his mouth was trying to put on a brave front. Even so, the people around him did not speak, and just watched Yamazaki Ichiro stand there in a daze. Pei Ziyun drank his wine slowly, his expression calm, as if he was not affected by what had just happened. But under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to ask any more questions. The extinguishing of the fire lantern means that there is no buckwheat in the lantern. On a cold winter night there are lanterns and buckwheat stalls, but there's no one around. This means that something bad is about to happen. These people are obviously afraid. Even the warriors are afraid. No wonder we haven't seen a single commoner step out of the house. After all, compared to the warriors who are strong and can even kill ghosts, the commoners are the weakest when faced with ghosts. They can only wait for their death. The capital of peace, this name is quite ironic. Perhaps it's because they pray for peace that they came up with this name. Pei Ziyun squinted his eyes. As long as I kill 2 more demons, I will be able to break through the limits of this world. When that time comes, no matter what kind of seal I use, it will be useless. As for now, even if there are no big fishes, small shrimps will do. Who would have thought that I would be able to obtain power through killing? Bad omen? It's good that you've come. It's the easiest way to wait. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun called for the owner of the inn and inquired about the rooms. Your Excellency, there are only 3 rooms left. 2 upper rooms and 1 lower room. Which one do you want? Yamazaki, it's been hard on you. Since you've arrived at the capital of peace, book 2 upper rooms. Have a good rest and visit your wife tomorrow. Pei Ziyun said, and his words satisfied Yamazaki Ichiro. Yamada Hall, I'll go take a look now. I'll order hot water for you. Seeing Yamazaki Ichiro walk over, Pei Ziyun looked around and realized that there were only 2 or 3 people left. This showed the power of his words. Boss, is it dangerous at night in the capital of peace? After paying the deposit, Pei Ziyun asked out of curiosity. The owner's expression changed. However, in doing business, he had to be polite and considerate. He already knew the identity of this Lord Yamada, and didn't dare to keep silent. He could only say softly, "Yes, it's dangerous. Many people have died during this period of time. Both of you are lucky. Although you've met with some strange incidents, nothing has happened." That might not be the case. Seeing that the owner was unwilling to say more, he led the way. It was an old room, and the 2 rooms were in the same place. They were almost exactly the same, and one could see many black stains on the walls. The windows were very thin, and there were only straw mats and blankets inside. The owner's own room was in the same corridor, and wasn't too far away. He opened the door and bowed. "My 2 Excellencies, if there's anything at night, you can look for me anytime." "Got it." Yamazaki Ichiro waved his hands, gesturing for him to leave. Pei Ziyun watched as Yamazaki Ichiro walked in and suddenly said, "Yamazaki, don't sleep too deeply tonight. Be careful." Even if they met by chance and knew each other for only a day, he still had to remind him. Yamazaki Ichiro thought that Yamada Shinichi was afraid, and patted his chest loudly. "Yamada Hall, don't worry. If there's any danger, I'll protect you immediately. Moreover, when I think about seeing Mrs. Shikibu tomorrow, I'm a little nervous. I can't even sleep. I'll definitely help you keep watch." Pei Ziyun was choked by this expression. He really didn't want to understand what Yamazaki Ichiro was thinking, so he just smiled. However, he was also a little curious about what the Shikibu he was going to see tomorrow would be like. Heian 3 Talents Shikibu? Could it be that the whereabouts of the child is related to her? Did the Black Hand arrange for me to be involved in a famous affair in the Heian era just to make it convenient for Tachibana Michinoku to get rid of me? No matter what, we'll know tomorrow. Chapter 810. Hotel Yamazaki Ichiro, who had been trekking for a long time, was sleeping soundly, but the surrounding air seemed to be very heavy, and gradually, there were beads of water hanging on his eyebrows. "Pa!" There seemed to be a soft knock on the door. "Who?" Afraid of waking up Yamada Shinichi, who was sleeping next door, Yamazaki Ichiro woke up and walked to the door, and asked in a low voice through a paper door. No one answered. He yawned again and looked around. Why was there fog here? What was going on? Opening the door, Yamazaki Ichiro saw a layer of mist hanging on the step. This mist was not cold, but it made people feel very comfortable. Yamazaki Ichiro was a little confused. He suddenly heard the sound of water. Is it a hot spring? This hotel has a hot spring? He didn't know why, but with this idea, he unconsciously went deeper. Finally, the mist began to gradually dissipate, revealing a small area. The stone carvings in the mist were scattered, the path was paved with smooth pebbles, and a half-hung paper lantern with a green light. With the sound of water, a fragrance came over. Yamazaki Ichiro's nose was very sensitive, and he immediately recognized that this was the fragrance of a woman. Although he was a samurai, he was only a low-level samurai, and usually did not have much income. Over the age of 30, he could only occasionally go to the red light district to find some women to vent. This time, he accompanied Yamada Hall to the Heian capital, and along the way, he did not have the leisure to find women to entertain himself. Smelling this fragrance, he could not help but narrow his eyes and could not help but approach. At this time there was a voice inside, and the voice was sweet. "Madam, I heard that 2 samurai arrived in the capital today. They must be the messengers of the Minister of State and Izumi Sho Tachibana. Do you want to summon them?" Mrs. Izumi Shikibu? The woman in the hot spring was actually the Mrs. Shikibu that he would visit tomorrow? The woman sighed softly. This sound was as soft as a cat's paw, scratching the tip of Yamazaki Ichiro's heart, making it itch unbearably. Sigh, so what if they are messengers? He went to become Izumi Sho, leaving me here alone, so lonely. You go, I will take a bath. Yes, madam. A maid answered and came out from inside. She was wearing linen clothes, but the workmanship was meticulous, and she even wore jewelry. Logically speaking, knowing that the madam was inside, Yamazaki Ichiro should have quickly retreated, but for some reason, his heart warmed up and he hid behind a rock. Yamazaki Ichiro swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he stared at her enchanting curves. Even the maidservant was so alluring, let alone the mistress. The maid had a faint smile on her face. Her eyes swept over the stone, but she didn't seem to notice anything. She followed the path. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. Yamazaki Ichiro subconsciously moved closer and looked inside. Suddenly, a woman with her head lowered and her hair hanging down like satin came into view. Instantly, he felt an impulse spread through his whole body. When he woke up, he had already rushed in and pressed his hand on the woman's naked skin. It was smooth and delicate, making his mind fly away. Yamazaki Ichiro was tongue-tied. Should he explain or beg for mercy? Before he could react, the woman smiled faintly and pulled him gently. The two of them fell into the hot spring and rolled around together next door. Room in this era of hotels, straw mats and coarse blankets were of course not luxurious. The only thing that was worth the price was that the mats and blankets were at least sun-dried and had a hint of sunshine to them. The young man lay down in his clothes. The night wind whistled and the corridor was quiet. Suddenly, a faint cloud of smoke entered through the gap of the tightly shut wooden door. Pei Zi-yun opened his eyes, which were filled with sarcasm. Sneaking around in the middle of the night, interesting. Even as he said that, Pei Zi-yun had already jumped up. With a single move, the wooden blade was already in his hands. The smoke that squeezed in did not even have the chance to touch Pei Zi-yun before he stepped on it. With a "piu" sound, the smoke let out a soundless scream and disappeared. Hua! The wooden door opened. In the dark corridor, a few blurry figures paused for a moment before letting out a soundless roar. They turned around and pounced on Pei Zi-yun. Looking at them, although they were in human form and wore clothes, their faces were hideous and ferocious. Their deep eye sockets were glowing with a ghostly fire and their mouths were wide open. There were a total of 6 of them. 3 of them held a katana in their hands, while the other 3 were barehanded. Their nails were long and sharp, with a dark green hue. Along with them came a nauseating stench. Pei Zi-yun was not really a clean freak, but when it came to these kinds of demons, he would usually end them quickly if he could. With a wave of his wooden blade, a cold white light flashed in the darkness. The demons that pounced on him were almost as fast as his shadow. But with a "pu" sound, the sound of paper being torn, their bodies stopped. Then with a boom, a white flame appeared on their bodies and suddenly turned into a huge fire. Ah! Pei Ziyun's power was very effective against the demons. They only had time to let out a scream before they were burnt to ashes by the white flame. Even the katana was not spared. What happened? What happened? Who's screaming? At the end of the corridor, the owner of the hotel opened the door and rushed out wearing his clothes. He did not even bother to put on his shoes. It was obvious that he had heard the scream and was afraid that something bad had happened. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a person standing in the corridor with a knife in his hand. The owner was shocked and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the figure quickly spoke. "It's me, Yamada Shinichi." "It's Lord Yamada." Since it was a guest and not a bandit, the owner heaved a sigh of relief. He asked, "Did you also hear the scream just now?" Pei Ziyun held his wooden blade and frowned as the other party walked closer. "There are demons in your hotel. They tried to attack me at night and I killed them." Demon ghost. The owner's face turned ashen and his body trembled. "My lord, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you all right?" "Heavens, what is a demon ghost? Are you referring to demons and evil spirits? Why would they come to my hotel?" Pei Ziyun stared at him and said, "Stop acting. You're the owner of the hotel, how can you not know about these things? Even if I've heard about it, I've heard a lot about it. Before you go to bed, your reaction to the legend of the lamp without buckwheat has already been exposed. Call out all the people you want to call out." As he spoke, he raised his wooden blade. Lord Yamada. Facing the wooden blade, the owner's expression changed. Those who were knowledgeable could feel that the wooden blade was even colder than the swords on the waist of a samurai. It was filled with a murderous aura, which added a chill to the wind. "How many people do you have to kill to have such a murderous aura? I can't think too much about it. I can only be honest. This is the capital of peace. Even if you're a samurai, you can't kill as you please." The owner thought and knelt down respectfully. "Lord Yamada, it's impossible for us to collude with demons. Yin Yang family and the officials of the capital will not let us off." The owner raised his head slightly and looked at Pei Ziyun's expression. He bit his lips and continued, "However, our hotel does know something. That's why we've prepared these people to rescue you. We have no ill intentions." As he spoke, he waved his hand and the sound of something burning could be heard. 4 people walked in. They were all waiters. Their faces were black from the smoke, and they knelt in silence. It was right that they had no ill intentions. But if the guests were to die, they would take the opportunity to plunder them, right? Pei Ziyun thought as his expression softened. He then looked at the room next door. Although Yamazaki Ichiro has his own plans, he's usually considered brave. Even if he's afraid, he wouldn't hide in his room when his young master is in danger. Even the owner of the hotel heard the commotion and ran out. The guests in the room also noticed the commotion but didn't dare to come out. Why is it so quiet in the room next door? Something's not right. Pei Ziyun gestured for the owner to keep quiet and pulled open the door next door. The door wasn't tightly shut. With a gentle pull, it opened. The room was pitch black. Pei Ziyun glanced around and saw that there was no one in the room. Yamazaki Ichiro isn't in the room. Looks like something has happened. Pei Ziyun was about to turn around when he stopped in his tracks. He could smell a faint stench. It was in the room. This stench was similar to the stench of the demons and ghosts, but it was more complicated. The owner of the hotel exclaimed, "Ah! Who's that? What's wrong?" Pei Ziyun asked. The owner's eyes widened as he pointed. Just now, there was a shadow. Could it be Yamazaki Ichiro? As Pei Ziyun thought this way, he chased after Yamazaki Ichiro. The innkeeper had brought along 4 workers, and they were holding torches. Although the light was dim, they could still see clearly. Very soon, they saw a figure lying on a rock in the courtyard. This person was not moving at all. Looking at his clothes, he was dressed in the same manner as Yamazaki Ichiro, who was not in the room. Could it be the great warrior? When they got closer, the innkeeper almost fell when he saw them. He quickly held onto the handrail to support himself, while the 4 men behind him retched. Pei Ziyun's expression was calm, but there was a hint of anger in it. He walked over and slowly turned the person over. Indeed, it was Yamazaki Ichiro. Yamazaki Ichiro's pants had already been removed. His body was twisted and black, covered in blood and mud. It was unknown what kind of torture he had been subjected to. His entire body was covered in wounds, and his left sleeve was broken. Even his bones could be seen. The strangest thing was that although Yamazaki Ichiro's face was twisted and black, upon closer inspection, one could see that his expression was one of joy, as though he was not in pain at all. At the end of the day, demons and ghosts are not only filthy, they are also very difficult to understand. Pei Ziyun was not surprised as he muttered to himself. Initially, the stories of love between humans and demons had filled young people with dreams. How good would it be if I had a fox girl or a ghost girl? Disregarding everything else, the more Pei Ziyun learned about the various worlds, the more he understood that the so-called demons were actually losers and filthy beings. Who would fall in love with such filthy trash? Was he crazy? The person in front of him must have met a female ghost. What a fool! Pei Ziyun felt a little pity for this man as he touched his forehead. Chapter 8:11. The innkeeper took a step back, his eyes wide open. The warrior, who was covered in blood, suddenly moved his hands. His entire body trembled, and his throat let out a stuttering breath. Ah! The innkeeper was certain that the warrior was dead. Faced with death and resurrection, the innkeeper, who was originally not afraid, swallowed his saliva and took a few more steps back. His heart was filled with fear, and he could not even make a sound. He could only stare with his eyes wide open, not knowing what to do. He's not dead. He still has a little bit of life left in him. There's still a little bit of chi left in his body. Pei Ziyun looked at him and knew what the innkeeper was thinking. He then said, "Let's hope that he's still alive and can speak." This person's life was gone, and there was no hope for him. Since that was the case, he did not mind living for a few more minutes. Just now, he had used up all his remaining life force. Indeed, Yamazaki Ichiro slowly opened his eyes. His lips were cracked and black, and he could see the person in front of him. His face was filled with anxiety, and he tried to squeeze out a few words. His breathing sounded like a broken flute, but he used all his strength and only managed to say 2 words. "Ma." "Run." As soon as he finished, his head tilted to the side, and he stopped breathing. This warrior is now. The innkeeper trembled as he looked at the man that Pei Ziyun had placed on the ground. He swallowed his saliva again. Pei Ziyun said in a low voice, "Now that he is dead, let's do things according to the rules." The innkeeper had a bitter look on his face. Someone had died in the inn, and if they had died together, he could have made a small fortune. Naturally, he had to compensate them. As for dealing with the youth in front of him, he did not even think about it. He was the innkeeper, not a robber. Pei Ziyun was not in the mood to console him, and looked around. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a spot not far from Yamazaki Ichiro's body. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and only a single lantern was lit by the door. It was dim and gloomy. Under such circumstances, a shiny object was rather eye-catching. Pei Ziyun walked around the corpse and took a few steps forward. He then bent down and picked up the item. He examined it carefully in his palm, and discovered that it was an exquisitely crafted piece of silver jewelry. It was heavy and expensive. Even if an ordinary person could afford to buy such heavy silver jewelry, they would not be able to hire a craftsman with such craftsmanship. A woman who could afford such silver jewelry must be a noble. This kind of inn is very ordinary. There aren't many ordinary women here. Most of them are low-level warriors. Why would a noble woman come here? Could it be that the person Yamazaki met was really Mrs. Shibe? Pei Ziyun furrowed his brows. Although Izumi Shibe was famous for being a flirtatious woman, her partners were all nobles and princes. Even if she was looking for someone to spend the night with, why would she come to a place like this and spend the night with a lowly warrior? Not to mention that Yamazaki Ichiro's strange death might have something to do with the madam he mentioned. Although Pei Ziyun's identity as the Yamada young master was fake, he had no intention of abandoning this identity immediately. The hidden forces had not revealed their purpose yet, and Yazi had not been found. Pei Ziyun intended to act according to his current identity. With the silver accessory in his hand, he closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. A moment later, his face changed. This won't do. There's a tremendous power interfering and suppressing me here. This is the same as the incident with Yazi. She should be in the peace capital, but there's a power isolating my senses. This is the power of a god. This is too much. It wasn't that Pei Ziyun didn't have any trump cards up his sleeves. Summoning the power of two worlds would be enough to break through this suppression. Forget it, I'll find Yazi first. It won't be too late to flip the table then. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun walked in front of the inn owner. At this point, the other party had also regained his senses. After all, he had been working here for a long time. It wasn't the first time that someone had died. Although he was a little frightened by the sudden appearance of the corpse, he wouldn't give up so easily. Boss, this person was my subordinate. Since he's dead, I have to settle him down. Don't worry, I won't ask you to pay for everything. I'll give you some money to buy a coffin. As he said this, Pei Ziyun took out a silver coin and threw it to the other party. The silver coin was made by Japan. It was shaped like a cake and was a standard tale. Anyway, this money didn't belong to him. It belonged to the Yamada young master. Pei Ziyun couldn't be bothered with such details. Anything that could be solved with money wasn't a problem at all. Yes, Your Excellency, I'll do it right away. Looking outside, he realized that the sky was already bright. The owner took the silver coin and nodded. He then called for his assistant to handle the matter. Although the death of someone in the inn wasn't a small matter, it was only a low-ranked warrior. The owner of the inn had spoken up and didn't seem to want to pursue the matter. He even paid for the coffin. This was a good result. The owner was afraid that Pei Ziyun would blame him. Although he was afraid that the sky was still dark outside, he braced himself and went out to buy a coffin. He also invited a monk to chant scriptures. Japanese shrines valued the purity of life and usually didn't participate in funerals. Hence, a monk had to be invited for funerals. Pei Ziyun took a look and released his perception, trying to locate Yazi's whereabouts. Just like before, it was to no avail. In the quiet courtyard, there was only himself and a corpse. It was a waste of time to stay here any longer. Pei Ziyun stood up and walked out. On the streets outside the inn, there were already a few people walking around. Compared to the situation last night, it was obvious that there were more people around. Although Yamazaki is dead, I still need to find out more about the Orange Mansion. Perhaps there will be news of Yazi. Pei Ziyun grabbed someone and asked. He was told that the Orange Mansion needed to be further ahead. Pei Ziyun then proceeded. He didn't expect to reach the mansion in a shorter time than he had expected. The inn that he had stayed in last night was only a short distance away from the Orange Mansion. From the name of the mansion, it was indeed the Orange Mansion. The mansion wasn't small either. It was definitely not a place that an ordinary family could live in. It's about the size of half a town. A town was a type of unit of land in the Tang dynasty. It was inherited by Japan. The system of building a city in Heian capital and the rules of distributing land for officials were all copied from Chang'an and Luoyang. Officials of the third rank and above were allocated one town, 21 mu, of land. The Fujiwara family had been in power for 100 years, and the Fujiwara Daoist mansion was allocated 2 towns, 43 mu, of land. Officials of the 4th to 5th rank were allocated 0.5 towns, 10 mu, of land. Officials of the 6th to 7th rank were allocated 0.25 towns, 5 mu, of land. Officials of the 8th to 9th rank were allocated 0.125 towns, 2.5 mu, of land. Due to age, experience, and achievements, the same rank might not be the same. That was the general specification. The size of the mansion in front of him was exactly the size of Tachibana Daoist's mansion in the capital. Could it be that Izumi Shiki is really a night stealer? Or did something happen to Izumi Shiki, and he's not the same person? That's not right. Pei Ziyun's gaze fell on the empty space beside the door and he frowned. An ox cart was parked there. The ox that was pulling the cart was wagging its tail leisurely. During the Heian era, other than the emperor, the nobles mainly relied on ox carts to travel. Although the Orange Mansion also had horse carriages, if it was a carriage of the Orange Mansion, it should not be parked here. If there was an ox cart parked here, it meant that there was a guest. However, the sky was still bright. According to the boss, no one dared to wander outside in the middle of the night in Heian capital. This ox cart must have stopped here last night. Moreover, this is a half-cart. It was usually used by emperors, princes, regents, and ministers. What kind of distinguished guest would stay overnight in the Orange Mansion? The answer was obvious. Looks like the task that Tachibana Daoist gave to the young master of the Yamada family has been completed. Izumi Shiki is now in contact with the princes. Pei Ziyun laughed and knocked on the door. Orange Mansion, due to the absence of the male owner, although there was management, it still felt a little desolate. Not to mention other things, there was dust in the corridor. However, none of this mattered to him. Under the service of a maid, Izumi Shiki was dressed neatly and was reluctantly bidding farewell to the princes. Even though she was already married, Shikaibe still had a trace of the innocence of a young girl. Her actions had a weak and lingering posture, like the entangling vines and leaves, soft and fresh. Especially when she was in the spring, her expression was gentle and her eyes were filled with joy. When the princes looked at her, they felt a strange sense of pride. Hence, he loved this lover very much, but had to leave. I heard that your highness has been summoned by the princes to be promoted to the 2nd rank. Is this true? If it's true, I will congratulate your highness. It's true, I've had enough. The princes looked at her. His pale face was expressionless, and he was not happy. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, I don't have any children, so what if I get a title? In Japan, the princes and princes were divided into 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rank. As for the officials, other than confusion in the early stages, they did not have to use the rank. The salary of a 2nd-rank prince was 1,500 stones, while the salary of an official was only 950 stones. However, although the princes had been recommended by his elder brother to marry Fujiwara Ian's 9 daughters, they had no children and had to adopt an adopted son, Fujiwara Yoshitsune, real father, Fujiwara Yukinari. This naturally made him depressed. The power of the Fujiwara family was too great. Izumi Shiki's eyes widened in surprise. Please don't say that. After all, this is a joyous occasion. If it wasn't in the morning, I would have to invite you to drink a few cups and sing and dance to liven things up. What a smart woman. The princess felt a little sad and held her hand. Don't worry, it's okay. I've already agreed to the conditions. She won't disturb us, let alone hurt you. After all, I'm still a prince, and I have the blood of Amaterasu. My heart, because of my love for you, is burning like a fire. But the sky will be bright soon. I don't want others to see me leave your place, and I don't want people to talk about it. For the sake of our long-term relationship, I can only leave early. I hope you understand. Your Highness, I can understand what you're saying. It's just that I feel a little regretful that I can't watch the sun rise with you. But on second thought, it's also a joyous thing to be able to enjoy the snow together. Izumi Shiki, who was originally reluctant to part, seemed to recall the scene last night when they stood in front of the porch and couldn't help but smile. The princes also smiled. Yes, it's indeed a wonderful thing to be able to enjoy the snow with you. The two of them rubbed against each other for a period of time. At this time, the right guard who had followed them to the Tachibana residence came to remind them. The princes had no choice but to leave with a regretful expression. At this moment, a maid rushed in from outside and bowed to the princes and Izumi Shiki. Your Highness, madam, there's a warrior with a token from Master Tachibana Dojin who wishes to see you. Tachibana Dojin? As soon as these 3 words came out, it was like a clap of thunder in their ears. Izumi Shiki, who had been full of longing just a moment ago, suddenly turned pale. She looked at the princes for help, her eyes filled with panic. Chapter 8:12. Your Highness, this. Could the messenger have found out about this? The moment Izumi Shikibu thought about this, she panicked. She could barely breathe. She paused and bowed. For the sake of your reputation, you should leave quickly. Although the Heian dynasty had adopted a system of marriage by marriage, it seemed very casual. In reality, the Heian dynasty placed great importance on bloodlines. Although Tachibana Daojin was only a branch of the Tachibana family, the Tachibana family was also a descendant of the Emperor of Japan, Emperor Minda. During the Nara and Heian dynasties, they had produced many ministers. They were a famous family, on par with the Minamoto family, the Taira family and the Fujiwara family. Izumi Shikibu was the wife of Tachibana Daojin, not a concubine. Her relationship with the prince was obviously against the rules. The prince panicked. However, he was a member of the royal family after all. Faced with such a result, he could bear the consequences. He quickly calmed himself down and comforted her. Don't panic. If I go out now, I will meet the person in question. You should meet him first. See if he has found out about us. Perhaps he is just a crude warrior and won't be able to find out. You are right, I have lost my composure. The prince was handsome and his words were very infectious. After Izumi Shikibu was comforted, she felt that she had thought too much. Although the prince had not left the Tachibana residence, the Tachibana residence was huge. Would anyone dare to search it? Even if the other party discovered something, as long as they were not caught red-handed, there was no need to worry. As for other things, he would think about it after he met the other party. Thinking of this, Izumi Shikibu instructed the maid, if that is the case, go and invite the other party in. She then asked the prince, would you like to hide in the room? No, I am a little worried. I want to observe from behind the scenes. The prince insisted. This matter not only concerned Izumi Shikibu's reputation, but also his own. This was no small matter. He felt that it was wonderful when he was having an affair. At this point, the prince was really worried. Since the prince had said so, Izumi Shikibu did not try to persuade him. She nodded and instructed the maid to bring the person in. When Pei Ziyun walked in, he saw a young lady. Behind her was a curtain of silhouettes. At this point in time, there were many different types of clothing for the ladies of the nobility. Seeing a warrior like Pei Ziyun, Izumi Shiki did not need to wear a full set of attire. She only wore a simple robe and had a few accessories on her. Although the accessories were covered with a thin layer of cotton to keep out the cold, this lady had bright eyes and white teeth. Her figure was graceful and alluring. She did not look fat at all, but instead looked rather flirtatious. Pei Zi-yun looked at her and thought to himself, although amongst the 3 talents maids of peace, this lady's position in history is second to none, but in terms of beauty, she's definitely number 1. He lowered his eyes and gave a samurai salute. Yamada Shinichi greets Madam. Yamada Shinichi? He's from the Yamada family? Pei Zi-yun replied, yes. So it's a samurai from the Yamada family. Get up and tell me about Lord Shojin. Waizumi Shiki's gloominess and panic dissipated when he saw the young samurai enter. His expression softened as well. Many of the nobles in the peace capital were obsessed with appearances. Even if Waizumi Shiki did not like Yamada Shinichi, who had disturbed his life, his good looks and demeanor dispelled some of the bad feelings brought about by the panic. Pei Zi-yun stood up and said, Master Daojin has been thinking about you ever since he was in Hechuan. Even when he is busy with work, he still thinks about Madame Shi, who is in the Ping and capital. If not, he would not have asked me to deliver this letter. This was, of course, a lie. Pei Zi-yun had arrived halfway. How would he know what Tachibana Daojin was thinking? As for deep love, this Lady Shiki in front of him had married Tachibana Daojin at the age of 19. He was 17 years older than her. Although the two of them had a sweet time in the early days of their marriage, and even gave birth to a daughter, not long after, Tachibana Daojin became the guardian of Peace Capital, leaving Waizumi Shiki behind. The age difference was huge, and they had not been together for a long time. How could there be any deep feelings? Needless to say, as far as he knew, after becoming the guardian of Peace Capital, Tachibana Daojin had another woman to spend time with. She would remember to send someone to ask Waizumi Shiki how she was doing in the Peace Capital. It was probably because she had heard bad news. But Pei Zi-yun naturally had to say good things about Yamada Shinichi. This was in line with his identity. Waizumi Shiki did not believe what he said. After listening, a trace of sadness appeared on her beautiful face. She sighed. If he really missed me, why did he not send a letter for so long? Why did he only send you now? But as soon as she said this, she realized that she had lost her composure. She quickly covered it up and looked at the young samurai in front of her. Seeing that the young samurai's expression was indifferent, she felt relieved and said, Since he asked you to come from so far away, you must have brought a letter, right? Yes, please take a look. Pei Zi-yun handed the letter to the maid, and the maid handed it over. Opening the letter, Waizumi Shiki's eyes fell on it. After looking at it for a long time, she closed the letter. Old friends live in old places. It is hard to know that their hearts have changed. I didn't expect that so much time had passed. Reading this letter, I feel a little sad. She asked again. From Peace Capital to the Peace Capital, the journey was long. Was there only Yamada-kun? Pei Zi-yun explained according to his own character. There were 3 people when we set off. On the way, we encountered bandits and one died. After arriving at the Peace Capital, another died last night. Waizumi Shiki was a little surprised and covered her mouth. Could it be that there was danger in the Peace Capital? It could be the work of ghosts. Pei Zi-yun told Waizumi about the ominous signs he encountered after arriving at the Peace Capital. When he said this, he carefully observed Waizumi Shiki's expression. Waizumi Shiki was very beautiful. Even after hearing this, she was a little pale and used her fan to cover her expression, but it did not hide her beauty. This is too scary. Waizumi Shiki looked at Pei Zi-yun in panic, and there was no gentleness from before. The nobles of the Peace Capital usually avoided these things. Who would be willing to get involved with someone related to this matter? She was young and still had a little playfulness of a young girl. She was married, and her charm was mixed together. It was no wonder that more than one prince would be attracted to her, like a moth flying into a flame. However, Pei Zi-yun did not have many thoughts about such a beauty. He just frowned. She doesn't have much demonic and evil energy. Pei Zi-yun had a conclusion in his heart. If it wasn't for Waizumi Shiki's superb acting skills, this matter has nothing to do with her. Of course, the most important thing is that the ox cart parked at the door must belong to the prince. Since the other party is staying here, it is impossible for Waizumi Shiki to go to the inn to attack Yamazaki Ichiro. Who is the woman who ran at night? To be able to wear such jewelry, she must not be an ordinary woman. Pei Zi-yun secretly glanced at the curtain. Behind the curtain, there was a faint red and yellow aura. It was the dragon aura of Japan. The person inside must be a prince. In theory, this was invulnerable. However, thinking of the legends about the various female ghosts in the peace capital, even in the emperor's harem, there were often women who turned into evil spirit. This was difficult to guarantee. And in this case, the range was too wide, and it was difficult to determine the identity of the other party. Yamada-kun, thank you for sending the letter. It's really hard. Waizumi Shiki slightly bowed his head to express his gratitude, and asked, "What are your plans next? Are you going back immediately, or?" After Waizumi Shiki finished this sentence, he immediately explained, "I plan to write a reply for you to pass to Lord Daojun and ask when you will go back." Pei Zi-yun replied, "In addition to this matter, Lord Daojun also gave me other tasks. It will probably take some time. After you finish writing, you can send someone to the inn to find me." Still, Waizumi Shiki was a little depressed when he left without asking anything. However, if this matter was made clear and the other party found out, it would not be good. He said a few more words to Waizumi Shiki and asked him to leave. As soon as Pei Zi-yun left, Waizumi Shiki turned to look at the prince who came out from behind the curtain. "Your Highness, do you think Yamada has found out about us? If it was not to continue to investigate, why would the other party stay in the peace capital?" The prince had seen Yamada Shinichi clearly from behind the curtain. The other party was a handsome young man, which should have given him a good impression. However, when it came to the matter of having an affair with Waizumi Shiki, he could not help but feel a little annoyed. The prince's expression was a little ugly, but he still comforted Waizumi Shiki. "Don't worry, I will handle it." Under Waizumi Shiki's expectant gaze, he walked out slowly. When he was outside and got on the ox cart, he could not help but sigh. This matter is a little difficult to handle. If this person continues to stay, he will definitely find out about this matter. Tachibana Michinoku has a close relationship with Fujiwara Daoist, and is one of his advisors. Besides, the Tachibana family also has scruples, and the opinion of her father, Oi Masashi, has to be considered. What should I do now? Not to mention that the Tachibana family was the descendant of Emperor Minda in the second year of Tianhe Xingbao, 750 BC. The imperial court bestowed the surname of an official to the Tachibana family. They even had 2 generations of empresses, Fujiwara Mitsuko and Tachibana Yoshiko. Although in the past 10 years, the Tachibana family had slowly declined from an official to a lower middle-class noble family, far away from the center of power, they were still a respectable family. The prince did not know that the Tachibana family would continue to decline. He still had some scruples about the Tachibana family that once controlled the imperial court. Tapping the back of his hand with his fan, he suddenly had an idea. Seeing that the ox cart had reached a secluded place, he suddenly called for it to stop. "Prince, don't you intend to return to your residence first?" The right guard came forward and asked, thinking that the prince wanted to go somewhere else. The prince opened the curtain and said to the right guard with a hint of hesitation on his face, "It's not like that. I just feel uneasy, and I want someone to take care of a matter." The right guard had followed the prince for many years. Thinking of what had happened today, he suddenly realized, "Are you going to get rid of this samurai from Izumi?" In the Heian era, the status of samurai was not high. Although the power of the imperial court, the emperor, had declined and for several generations, it was still a piece of cake to deal with a mere samurai. As the prince's confidant, the right guard did not mind doing some dirty work. Chapter 8:13. Aya, although this person is just a warrior, his looks and aura are extraordinary. If he were to appear at the banquet, I would think that he is a young official. Such a person must be an intelligent person. I am not sure how to deal with him. The prince tapped his fan on his palm, revealing a troubled expression. Just because he looks extraordinary, does that mean he is intelligent? If Pei Ziyun had heard this, he would have been speechless. However, the Right Commandant was not happy with the prince's compliment. His impression of this young man had worsened significantly. But we cannot let this young man get close to His Highness. The Right Commandant pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Why don't we send someone to threaten him and chase him out of the peace capital? If he is not here, even if he is intelligent, he will not be able to obtain any useful information." That's what I was thinking, but who should we send? Why don't we send Harunoting? He is quick-witted and should be able to adapt to the situation. The prince looked at one of the guards not far away and nodded. Let him come over, I still need to give him some instructions. Although the Right Commandant felt that the prince was overly concerned about Yamada Shinichi, he thought that although Yamada Shinichi was just a young master of a small clan, he had the backing of Tachibana Daojin. It was understandable that the prince was worried that Yamada Shinichi would spread the news to Tachibana Daojin. Ai. Haruno-kun. The Right Commandant walked over and called out to the young warrior. The prince has a mission for you. This is a chance for you to show off your abilities. Hurry up and follow me. Yes, Right Commandant. Haruno-ting replied respectfully. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he followed the prince to the ox cart. Haruno, I have something for you to do. This matter concerns my reputation, as well as my relationship with Tachibana Daojin. Hence, do not be rash and act according to the situation. All you need to do is to chase Yamada Shinichi out of the peace capital. Do you understand? The prince said. Haruno-ting immediately replied respectfully, I understand. Rest assured, Prince. I will definitely get that Yamada Shinichi out of the peace capital. I will not let him feel that he has been neglected and spread the news. I will not allow him to continue staying in the peace capital. He emphasized the word invite. Sure enough, the honorable prince was very satisfied with his understanding. Very well, that's it. Go and find Yamada. I heard that he's at the Asauka Hotel. Yes. Haruto bowed deeply and didn't follow. He watched as the prince's ox cart left. Ever since the collapse of the Bantu system, the 3 generations in one had been changed to eternal life. Local families that owned land had all sent their land to the local or central dignitaries and paid a certain amount of annual tribute every year. As a result, the Fujiwara family's power swelled. Fujiwara Daoist alone had an income of 70,000 stones, which was twice as much as the Mikado, 37,000 stones. However, Fujiwara was only the most powerful representative. As a prince, there were also some families that had pledged their allegiance to him. The Haruno family was one of them. Not only did Haruno Tendo himself come, but several low-ranked samurai also came with him. A low-ranked warrior saw Haruno Tendo standing there with a pensive look on his face, so he came over and asked, Young master, what is it that the prince wants you to do? Is it difficult? Why do you look so troubled? Haruno Tendo sighed. It's indeed difficult. The prince wants me to find Yamada Shinichi and drive him out of Heian City immediately. However, I don't want him to bear a grudge against me, so I agreed to it in front of the prince. After all, the prince has asked me to do this, which means that he trusts me. But now, I'm worried that I can't do it well and make the prince unhappy. What's so difficult about it? The low-ranked samurai said. Haruno Tendo immediately looked at him. Oh, what's your plan? I just heard that Yamada didn't come alone. There were 2 accompanying samurai. However, one died on the road and the other died in the hotel last night. Who knows if this kind of strange thing will continue? If we use this to persuade him to leave Heian City immediately, it might have a miraculous effect. Haruno Tendo frowned. You reminded me. This matter is indeed a bit strange. Not to mention him, even I feel creeped out when I hear about it. It's morning now. Why don't we look for Yamada immediately? If we go now, even if he has bad luck on him, it won't affect the young master. The low-ranked samurai seemed to have seen through the young master's concerns. Yamada must have just experienced something strange and is feeling uneasy. If we exaggerate the situation in Heian City at night, he will definitely run away in fear. Haruno Tendo looked at the sky. The snow had stopped, and although the sun was dim, it was still morning. He nodded. You're right, this is the right time. The two of them decided not to go back. Taking advantage of this time, they walked to the Asakusa Hotel. When Heian City was built, it was modeled after Luoyang and Chang'an. The roads were paved with stone slabs, but now, the slabs were uneven. Although the snow had stopped, the wind was very cold, and even their lips were frozen. The two of them walked under the eaves and walls. After turning a corner, Haruno Tendo was deep in thought. A samurai who defected to the Tachibana family? It's very similar to my home. Maybe we can talk. Just as he was thinking, he saw a scarecrow. What's this? Who abandoned it here? How rude. Just as he was thinking, the scarecrow laughed. Haruno Tendo felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to scream, but couldn't open his mouth. In the eyes of the low-ranked samurai, his young master had only stopped in his tracks. Looking at his young master's expression, he seemed to have thought of something. Young master? The low-ranked samurai called out hesitantly. Haruno Tendo slowly turned his head around. Under the sunlight, his eyes seemed to glow red, scaring the low-ranked samurai. But when he rubbed his eyes, where was the red glow? Young Master Haruno Tendo looked at him in confusion and asked, What's wrong? No, nothing. The samurai was flustered and didn't dare to speak his mind. He couldn't even remember why he had stopped in his tracks. Seeing his young master walking away, he could only suppress the uneasiness in his heart and follow him. At this point, Pei Ziyun had returned to the hotel. When he returned, the boss had already bought a coffin. He then asked someone to help carry Yamazaki Ichiro inside. Since someone had died in the hotel, there was still some repercussions. Some of the guests had already checked out and left. When Pei Ziyun entered the hotel, he saw the bitter expression on the boss's face. He was sighing as he stood in the middle of the hall. When he saw Pei Ziyun, he forced a smile and said, Your Excellency, everything has been done. Pei Ziyun looked at the coffin and sighed in his heart. Although his identity as the young master of Yamada was fake, and Yamazaki Ichiro wasn't even alive, he had at least addressed him as young master. For him to have died so mysteriously, it was obvious that they were trying to provoke him. Last night, I don't believe that they didn't know my strength, yet they only sent a few demonic spirits over. Rather than saying that they were testing me, they were trying to provoke me. From the looks of it, Yamazaki Ichiro isn't in their hands. If he was, they wouldn't have used such methods. Pei Ziyun could feel that the other party was trying to provoke him. He laughed coldly and said, Boss, find a temple to store the coffin in. Wait till I'm done with what I have to do, then I'll make arrangements. There were several temples in the peace capital. Pei Ziyun planned to store Yamazaki Ichiro's corpse there. He didn't want to trouble two people for the same matter. Hence, he decided to leave it to the boss of the hotel. What could the boss of the hotel do? He was already lucky that he wasn't implicated in this matter. He could only agree. But when he thought about what happened last night, he was still afraid. He was afraid that something would happen to the Yamada family warrior in his hotel. He wanted to persuade him to leave, but didn't dare to do so. He could only remind him, Your Excellency, do you want to change to a different hotel or a different room tonight? Pei Ziyun replied plainly, There's no need to go through so much trouble. Stay in your original room. Seeing that the boss wanted to say more, he reminded him, even if I don't stay here, the other party might still come tonight. If they attack someone in the middle of the night, someone might die. What should we do? The boss of the hotel revealed a look of fear when he heard this. If people were to die one after another in the hotel, this hotel would really have to close down. That's why I said that staying here is the best solution, Pei Ziyun said as he frowned. He turned around and saw someone walking in from the door. Before he even entered, he shouted, Yamada Shinji, is Yamada staying here? His tone was arrogant. Pei Ziyun frowned and saw that the person had already entered. There were two of them. One was a young man with delicate features. However, his lips were curled up in an arrogant manner. Looking at their attire, both of them were warriors. The one behind them was a middle-aged man with a sword in his hand. It was obvious that they had come with ill intentions. The boss of the hotel was already feeling uneasy. When he saw this scene, his body trembled and he opened his mouth to speak. I am Yamada Shinji. What's the matter? Before the boss could speak, Pei Ziyun replied. The young man said coldly, I am Haruto, a warrior of the prince. You are Yamada Shinji? Since that's the case, you should know why I'm looking for you. So what if I know? So what if I don't? The attitude of the young man made Pei Ziyun unhappy. Haruto snorted coldly, if you know, you should commit suicide immediately. You know what you shouldn't know. Even if you bring the news back, it will only bring shame to your master. This is not what a warrior should do. In order to keep the secret and protect your master's dignity, as well as the reputation of his wife, you should commit suicide. Although you are seeking death, you can still spread the name of a warrior to your descendants. Pei Ziyun raised his eyebrows. Although he was surprised by the actions of the prince, he could understand it. This way of handling things was absurd to many people. However, in Japan it made sense. To a prince, ordering a warrior of a small family to commit suicide was indeed something he only needed to say. However, Pei Ziyun was not the real Yamada Shinji. Even if he was the real Yamada Shinji, he might not agree to commit suicide to protect his master's reputation. Hence, he only laughed coldly, what if I don't agree? Then you are just a cowardly person. I will deal with you. As he said this, Haruto pulled out his sword and slashed at the man. When Haruto entered the room, his face was full of surprise. He did not expect his young master to suddenly change his mind and order Yamada to commit suicide. He wanted to stop Haruto but failed. Then, he heard a scream of agony. When he looked over, blood rushed to his head, and his eyes turned bloodshot. It turned out that Haruno Ting had just taken a step forward when a wooden saber had chopped down from his shoulder, creating a large gash. Blood and internal organs were splattering out. This Yamada had no qualms and was merciless. Young master! The warrior shouted. Without thinking too much, he pulled out his sword and rushed forward. His face was extremely ferocious. In the next moment, he took a wrong step and the wooden sword sank. With a "piu" sound, it pierced through the warrior's chest. With another pull, the warrior's corpse fell to the ground. He's killed. The shopkeeper was trembling in fear. His lips trembled, but he did not dare to run. He was afraid that if he moved, he would be killed. Pei Ziyun had killed 2 people in a row, but he did not panic. He looked at Haruto's corpse. His eyes were filled with a fire that normal people would not be able to see. It's a demon again. The first time, I might not have found you. The second time, I will not forgive you. These words made the shopkeeper confused. Pei Ziyun did not bother to explain. He really despised demons and ghosts. He did not expect that there would be such a low-level demon who would offend him again and again. Chapter 8:14. Unbeknownst to everyone, it started snowing harder and harder. The ground was covered in a thick layer of snow, and the roofs of the shops in the distance were covered in a thick layer of snow. As the wind blew past, it was bone-chilling. Although it was daytime, there were fewer people on the streets, unlike in the morning. This was a system from the Tang Empire, and now it had a new meaning, reminding the people of the peace capital to stay away from the dangers of the night. Everyone, the weather is getting colder. Have some warm wine, I guarantee the temperature is just right. The wine vendor shouted. Hey, boss, I'll have a bowl. A warrior with a long blade called out, although I can drink a liter, I have to go back early. Who doesn't want to go back early? Even if it's 5 or more nobles, they would only dare to travel in ox carts at night, right? Someone said casually. Yes, it was said that 100 years ago it wasn't like this. Someone else added. Suddenly, he stopped talking and looked at Pei Ziyun. It was quiet in front of the wine vendor. Although the youth in front of him looked like a warrior, his clothes were clean and tidy, and he was definitely not an ordinary warrior. Maybe he's a warrior from one of the nobles? In this era, the emperor supported the Taira family. Although the Minamoto family was one of the surnames given to the son of the emperor when he was demoted, they sided with the Fujiwara family and fought against the emperor. The emperor and the nobles used warriors as pawns, and because of this, the warriors gradually rose in status. Pei Ziyun pondered, that warrior just now must have been corrupted by the demonic ghost. Although he was killed because of this, I have to kill him. Ever since I arrived at the peace capital, there have been many demonic ghosts provoking me. Moreover, the ones who came were of this level. Could it be that they are trying to provoke a battle between me and the peace capital? Yes, Pei Ziyun had already guessed the reason why the other party was doing this. It was not a pointless provocation or a test. The other party was probably trying to provoke a conflict and hatred between him and the nobles of the peace capital, causing him to sink into it, unable to extricate himself. To this he laughed. Do you really think that this kind of thing can make me flustered? If I change my way of thinking, what can you do to me? With this thought, he quickened his pace and soon appeared in front of a mansion. With a smile, he flipped over it and disappeared into the falling snow. The 2 rows of footprints were soon covered by the falling snow, leaving no trace. So cold. Taking advantage of the dusk, the coachman drove the ox cart back to the prince's mansion. He rubbed his hands together and exhaled white gas. Then, he grumbled softly on the road. Crunching snow, being run over by the wheels, made a teeth-aching sound. The ox pulling the carriage in front was not afraid of the cold. It walked at a steady pace, pulling the carriage steadily. At this time, the coachman was sincerely envious of the honorable prince sitting in the carriage. If he could have a room to keep him warm from the wind and snow, how happy he would be. But when he looked at the poor people who occasionally died on the side of the road, he couldn't help but rejoice. In the capital of peace, people like him who could serve the high officials, although he could not be compared to those with official positions, and even could not be compared to the dignified status of the warriors, but at least he would not die quietly in this cruel winter. Being able to live was perhaps the greatest happiness. The ox cart continued on its journey, and soon, the residence of the honorable prince appeared in front of them. Not only did the coachman heave a sigh of relief, but the guards around them also heaved a sigh of relief. His Royal Highness is busy with the Taisho platform. Although we work hard, we will follow him to the death. But for that woman, every night is torturous. Someone couldn't help but complain. Don't say any more. Someone patted the scabbard and then remained silent. They were not coachmen. Most of them were warriors attached to the honorable prince. They had fields and servants at home. Going out in this weather was also a kind of torture. But they did not dare to complain about the honorable prince. In their hearts, they cursed Izumi Shiba, who was restlessly seducing the honorable prince. Although the affair between the honorable prince and Izumi Shiba was covered up, there were many people who knew the inside story. Although the princess and the honorable prince had no children, the adopted son, Fujiwara Yoshitsune, was a child of the Fujiwara family. In the future, the adopted son would definitely be biased towards his adoptive mother. I'm afraid that even if I know now, I won't say anything. But every time I think about these things, I feel embarrassed. At that time, sigh, these warriors were really on tenterhooks. We've arrived? When the ox cart stopped, the curtain was lifted. The honorable prince took a look, but there was no joy on his face. Instead of saying that they had returned to the honorable prince's mansion, it would be better to say that they had returned to a comfortable but depressing cage. But even if it was a cage, in this harsh weather, it was still more comfortable than staying on the ox cart. Although there was an ox cart, the honorable prince also felt cold. When he leaned out and felt the cold wind, he immediately shivered. "Quickly get someone to open the door," the honorable prince said in a low voice, feeling a little dissatisfied. After he went out, the door to his own mansion was really closed. He did not consider that he had rushed back in this weather and how much he wanted to immediately return to his warm room. With a mansion like this, a princess like this, and a group of servants like this, how could his heart settle down and not seek warmth from the outside? Although the honorable prince also knew that his thoughts were just to vent his anger and to vent the long-accumulated dissatisfaction. The door to the mansion was closed. This was because in recent years, the Heian capital had not been peaceful. If the door was not closed, the people in the mansion without a male master at home would encounter a demon or ghost. It would be a great disaster. But when he was unhappy, everything was not pleasing to the eye. When the servants heard the door call, they went to open the door. The honorable prince entered the door surrounded by the honorable prince. When he saw that the path had been cleaned up, he felt new dissatisfaction. Even the snow on both sides of the road has been cleaned up. It's really not beautiful at all. But thinking that although he had gone to the Tanshojo for a while, he had just returned from his lover's home last night. No matter how depressed he was, he could not act up after entering the mansion, lest the news of him not being on good terms with the princess spread. The Fujiwara family was powerful, so the honorable prince could only swallow the words he wanted to say and walked towards his own courtyard. "Honorable prince, are you not going to see the princess?" A female official who had just returned reminded him. The princess was in a bad mood last night and had a nightmare. When she woke up, she even asked about you. The honorable prince hesitated for a moment. Thinking of every time they met, they would want to talk but not have anything to say, so he shook his head. "No, I'm a little tired. I want to rest." Since the honorable prince had said so, what could the female official do? She sighed and left with a sad face. In the honorable prince's courtyard, the charcoal fire burned brightly, and the room was as warm as spring. The honorable prince, who was sitting with his chin in his hand and looking out of the window in a daze, thought of the happiness he had with Izumi Shikibu last night, and his heart was filled with disappointment. When the honorable prince was 12 years old, he was appointed by the honorable prince as a 4th-ranked concubine. Later, he was promoted to 2nd-ranked concubine. He married Fujiwara Ayan's 9 daughters, but they did not have any children. Under pressure, they had an adopted son, Fujiwara Yoshitsune. Although many Japanese did not care too much about whether the heir was their own bloodline or not, they cared more about inheritance. However, they did not have a single child, not even a daughter. This kind of frustration stemmed from self-doubt, and it was not simply an extravagant desire for descendants. "Fujiwara Yoshitsune, I think he can also raise an excellent man. But after all these years of marriage, I still don't have any children. Even I sometimes wonder if I've done something to make the gods hate me, which is why I've ended up like this." "How hateful!" The honorable prince sighed again, and even could not help but hit the ground beside him. "Is it me who is infertile, or is it the princess who is infertile? If I am infertile, I can only helplessly bear the punishment of angering the gods. But if the princess is infertile, Why do I have to bear the criticism of others behind my back? The honorable prince even thought of Izumi Shibe. She had already given birth to a child, which meant that Izumi Shibe's body was fine. If she could also give birth to a child for him, would it mean that his body was fine? As an honorable prince, he could not accept the fact that he was a useless person. Just as he was thinking about this, the sky gradually darkened. At this time, the female official brought a group of maids and brought a sumptuous meal. When they arrived at the courtyard, the branches shook and snow fell, hitting the female official. She screamed and tidied up her hair and clothes in annoyance. She turned her head, and a red light flashed in her eyes. The maids entered the room, added the stove, and served wine. The honorable prince was a little annoyed. Who asked you to serve wine? I did not order you to do things on your own. The female official responded and bowed to the ground to apologize. Then she raised her head, and a pair of clear eyes stared at the honorable prince. Seeing that it was her, the honorable prince had no choice but to look away and asked, "Xiao Su, why are you here?" In the beginning, female officials in Japan, during the Flying Bird era, were used to offer their daughters to the emperor. It was a kind of hostage. Later on, it evolved to non-noble women could not be female officials. There were many female officials in the imperial palace. In fact, the honorable prince's mansion, the imperial prince's mansion, and the imperial minister's family also had female officials. They were all noble women, so of course they could not be too harsh to female officials. "Your Highness, the snow is heavy. The princess ordered us to clean up and asked me to serve your Highness." As she spoke, she poured wine. According to the rules, even the honorable prince could not say much about the distribution of the inner courtyard. Note 2. Although he felt that it was a little strange, there was no problem with this excuse. The honorable prince was also a little hungry, so he did not want to argue. He picked up the wine cup and was about to drink. Suddenly, someone outside the room laughed and said, "If it was me, I would not drink." "Who?" This sound startled the honorable prince. He immediately put down the wine cup, got up and looked outside. At the same time, he tried to retreat, but it was too late. The person jumped down from the roof and landed in front of the door. Even though he had only seen him once, the honorable prince immediately recognized him. "You are Yamada Shinichi." The person who came was none other than the young samurai he had seen in Izumi Shiboku. This person was handsome, and anyone who saw him once would not easily forget him. But why did this person suddenly appear in the honorable prince's mansion? What was he doing here? Could it be that he was here to avenge his master, Tachibana Daojin, for stealing his wife? The honorable prince's expression changed drastically. He immediately wanted to call for the samurai. Although at this time, the imperial court had shown signs of decline, as a second-rank honorable prince, there were still many samurai in the honorable prince's mansion. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that Yamada Shinichi's hand had already touched the hilt of the sword at his waist. A chill hit his heart. The honorable prince was afraid. He took a step back and forced himself to calm down. "What do you mean? Do you want to cause trouble for Tachibana Daojin?" "Shh. Let's watch a good show first." The other party looked at him mockingly, and his eyes fell on the female official who looked very scared and trembling. Note 1. The famous Z Shiboku once served as Fujiwara Daojang's female official. Note 2. Men cannot ask too much about the management of the inner courtyard. This is the result of the marriage system in the Heian era. The specific development is a long story. Chapter 8:15. Drink it. Pei Ziyun pointed at the wine glass in front of the prince, and said coldly to the official. The official trembled and looked at the prince for help. The prince did not know what Yamada's intentions were, but since he did not intend to make a move on him, he tried his best not to provoke him. Hearing these words, the prince paused and his expression changed. He wanted to say something, but quickly shut his mouth. Drink it. Pei Ziyun spoke once again, looking at the female official with a gaze that was devoid of emotion. There was only coldness in his eyes, as though he was looking at a different species. The female official seemed to be scared stiff and didn't move an inch. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly and pinched her chin, forcing her to open her mouth and pour the wine down her throat. This is too crude. The prince, who had always been gentle and protective of women, frowned and said when he saw the official choking on the wine. Pei Ziyun looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, but didn't say anything. This made the prince even more unhappy. What kind of look was that? How presumptuous! Just as he was thinking about this, the official's body started to tremble violently. The frequency of her trembling increased. Under the prince's shocked gaze, she suddenly screamed out in pain. Her entire body was enveloped in a black aura, and her facial features could not be seen. Ah! That was not all. The official started to roll on the ground in pain. What kind of sorcery is this? The prince pointed at Pei Ziyun and asked. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the prince realized that he had said something wrong. This is poisoned wine. Thinking about how he would have ended up like this if he had not stopped her, the prince felt an uncontrollable anger rising in his chest. Even now, although the imperial court was declining, it was still in control. How dare someone assassinate him? Just as he thought about this, the official's screams died down and she fell to the ground, motionless. The prince looked at her without pity and said angrily, "Idiot, could it be that the Yamano family has ulterior motives?" Although the prince was not a timid person, he had been pampered since he was young. Even though the imperial court was declining, other than not having an heir and being suppressed by the Fujiwara family, he had not suffered much. Encountering such a situation, his anger soared. Pei Ziyun glanced at her and said, "She's from the Yamano family?" However, she did not die because of this cup of wine. In fact, this female official had already died a long time ago. The reaction just now was a reaction of her body. Her soul had long been contaminated and eroded before this body perished. As he spoke, Pei Ziyun stepped forward and flipped the corpse over. He saw that the pained expression on her face had disappeared. Her eyebrows were furrowed, and she looked as though she was alive. If we examine him now, the doctor will say that he died of natural illness and there are no signs of poisoning. The Grand Prince's hair stood on end. How could this be? What is going on? Yamada, since you came to save me in time, do you know who wants to harm me? As he spoke, he had already calmed down and muttered, "The Yamano family doesn't have this courage, and they don't have this level. You just said that the pollution has eroded? Is it a demonic ghost?" Thinking of this, the prince said coldly, "No matter what, we must investigate. We must get to the bottom of this. Guards." Hearing the crown prince shouting, Pei Ziyun spoke up, "Wait a minute. This kind of thing, it would be useless to ask a warrior to investigate. Why don't we ask a sorcerer or a Onmyoji to take a look? If it's a demonic ghost, even if they can't solve it, they should be able to tell." The crown prince looked at the dead female official on the ground, then looked at the calm Yamada Shinichi. "Yamada, you're right. We should ask a sorcerer to come. Guards, come quickly!" He shouted towards the outside. Pei Ziyun stood by the side and did not stop him. The crown prince felt more assured. Seeing two servants rushing over, he said, "Go and ask a sorcerer to come over immediately." The servant hesitated for a moment. "Crown Prince, is it a sorcerer who can get rid of evil spirits?" The so-called sorcerer was a monk. The crown prince nodded his head. "Yes, the faster the better. Go quickly." "Yes, Crown Prince." Although the servant was suspicious, and did not know the reason for the crown prince's order, since the crown prince had given the order, he could only run out to ask for help. "Yamada, I've already asked a sorcerer to come over. Why don't we talk somewhere else?" It was obvious that Yamada Shinichi's actions had gained the Crown Prince's trust. Furthermore, what had happened earlier had caused the Crown Prince to tremble. He wanted to leave this scary place. Pei Ziyun listened and laughed. I'm afraid it's too late. What? The Crown Prince's heart skipped a beat. He did not know what Pei Ziyun meant. Could it be that another demon had come and he had nowhere to hide? However, Pei Ziyun only laughed and did not reply. He did not know if he should let the Crown Prince leave or not. He stood there feeling troubled. In the blink of an eye, he heard footsteps coming from outside. The Crown Prince was startled. The sorcerer is here? But isn't this speed a little too fast? As soon as he finished speaking, a female official entered the room. Her figure was reflected in the Crown Prince's eyes. The Crown Prince heaved a sigh of relief. So it's Xingzi. Did you hear the news and rush over? You've worked hard. This was his own female official, but she had an official position. Furthermore, she was sent by the Imperial Palace. He had to show her respect. However, Xingzi acted as if she could not see or hear him. She walked over to the female official and looked at her. With one look, the female official revealed a smile. She then quickly retracted her smile and changed her expression to one of fear. She shouted, "Not good! Someone come quickly! The Crown Prince has been killed!" This cry not only shocked the people outside, but also the Crown Prince who was inside the room. What was going on? The Crown Prince looked at Pei Ziyun in confusion. He wanted to ask what was going on. Pei Ziyun shushed him, and the Crown Prince could only swallow his words. At this point, because of the female official's shout, there was a commotion outside. Many people were running over, following a voice saying, "Princess, please slow down." The Crown Prince knew that his wife from the Fujiwara family had arrived. Thinking that the female official who had died was the princess's personal attendant, the Crown Prince's heart sank. However, he looked at the female official Xingzi, who seemed to be acting strangely as well. He then suppressed his suspicions towards the princess. After all, Xingzi had always been with him, and her relationship with the princess was very cold. If the female official's death was related to the princess, then why would Xingzi, who rarely interacted with the princess, become so strange? The more he thought about that smile, the colder his heart became. If the princess really had such abilities, and could control people as she pleased, that was too scary. In comparison, he would rather believe that this was the doing of a demon outside. All of you stay outside and guard the door. Do not allow unauthorized people to enter or leave. The female official Xingzi ordered. The graceful and noble princess walked in with small steps, and did not object to the female official's orders. Xingzi went forward and pointed at the female official who had fallen to the ground, saying, "Look, the prince has been killed." The Crown Prince stood there and realized that not only did the female official not see him and Yamada Shinichi, the people who came in at this time, including the princess, could not see them either. Could this ability be Yamada Shinichi's ability? The Crown Prince's understanding of this warrior deepened, and his heart faintly trembled. Nonsense! Seeing the female official on the ground, the princess's face twitched visibly. It was obvious that in the princess's eyes, this was only a female official, and not the Crown Prince who had been killed. As her husband, the Crown Prince had never seen this kind of loss of composure. She was a noble daughter of the Fujiwara family. The Fujiwara family was powerful, and even the Crown Prince had to tolerate the fact that he did not have a son. Every action of hers was also like that of a noble daughter. When had she ever behaved like this? The Crown Prince watched with great interest. The princess glanced at the female official who was talking nonsense, and was about to shout for her to stop. However, Xingzi was very confident in what she saw and continued. "I heard that His Royal Highness Prince had a conflict with the warriors of Tachibana Dojo because of Izumi Shibutsu. Was it that warrior who did it?" The expression of the Crown Prince, who was watching the show, froze and slowly looked at his princess. At this time, the princess had already covered her face with her fan, so that no one could see her expression at this time. Don't say any more. Quickly go down and ask the master to take a look. Had he been bewitched by evil spirits? Xingzi, however, turned a deaf ear and continued, although Izumi Shibutsu would not kill His Royal Highness Prince for this kind of thing to cover up the scandal, and Tachibana Dojo would not directly give the order, but those lowly and rude warriors may not understand these principles. Perhaps in a moment of impulse, she wanted to continue speaking, but there was a commotion outside the door. Someone shouted, "Forbidden, the princess is inside, you can't go in." Another person shouted, "This is the master invited by the crown prince. You dare to stop him? Out of the way." In the midst of the quarrel, a monk had already entered. The first thing he saw was Xingzi. He respectfully clasped his hands together in front of the princess consort and chanted, "Ji Muni 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 Maha Muni Yi Sua He." This was the Gautama Buddha Foundation mantra, the core mantra of all Buddhist mantras. Almost at the same time, a golden talisman flew out. As soon as the incantation was finished, there was a loud boom, and everyone's vision turned black. Then, it was bright again. When they opened their eyes again, they saw Pei Ziyun and the crown prince standing in front of them. Before he could kneel down subconsciously, he saw that the dead prince on the ground had turned into a female official. This reversal stunned everyone, and when Xingzi saw this change, she knew that she had fallen into a trap. She cursed inwardly, and a heavy pressure had already pounced on her. Under the pressure of the talisman, she raised her neck and let out a loud scream. Black gas overflowed and her hands pressed down. With the sound of cracking bones, her body twisted and expanded. She turned from a slender, smooth, and tidy female official into a terrible monster with black teeth and disheveled hair. Most of the people who saw this scene screamed. At this point, the crown prince revealed a rare sense of responsibility that a husband should have. He pulled the concubine, who was standing very close to the monster, to his side. Seeing that the talisman was causing the monster to scream out in pain, and smoke was rising from its body, a warrior took the opportunity to rush forward and kill it. He shouted, "Protect the crown prince and the concubine." In this era, the culture of warriors was not developed yet, but the relationship between warriors and their masters had not changed much. Warriors received land, rice and salary from their masters, and had to be loyal to their masters. Even if they were to die, they would be able to spread the name of their martial arts to their descendant. What's more, they were able to take advantage of the situation. With a single slash of the blade, the seemingly helpless monster roared out in anger. Its voice was like thunder, as it grabbed the talisman with both its hands. Green smoke rose from its hands, and the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. However, it did not care, and tore the talisman apart with all its might. Pooh! As soon as the talisman was torn apart, a black gas filled the air. The blade landed on the talisman, and with a "pu" sound it pierced into the flesh, but was unable to penetrate further. The monster then grabbed the warrior's shoulder, and tore it apart. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as the warrior screamed in pain. One of its hands had been torn off. Chapter 8:16. Puff! Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and a few drops even landed on the prince's face. Smelling the blood, the prince felt nauseous and could not believe his eyes. Not long ago, the situation in the house was still suppressing the demon, but in an instant, the situation had reversed. Although he was a prince, he had never seen a fight to the death. But there was no time to think. The demon that had broken free from its restraints knew that it had to capture the leader first. With a swipe of its claws, half of the warrior's face was torn off, and his bones were exposed. He fell to the ground, unable to even scream, and could only twitch. Then, with a fierce look in its eyes, the demon pounced on the prince. Ah! The prince screamed subconsciously. If the prince was alone, he might have been able to avoid it. But the house was not big, and the concubine and the maids were all squeezed together. Under such circumstances, everyone was crying and pushing each other. He was a man, but he had no way of breaking through the wall of people. My life is over. Seeing the claws covered in flesh and blood rushing towards him along with the evil wind, the first half of the prince's short life flashed through his mind at this moment of life and death. He felt that his life had been mediocre and useless. Sigh, as the descendant of the Amaterasu god, he was going to die in the hands of a demon. Just as he closed his eyes and prepared to die, a faint light flashed in front of him, and the demon let out a scream that was even louder than the others. The prince, whose ears hurt, suddenly realized something and opened his eyes. Yamada-kun, Your Highness, protect the prince. Stop pushing. Only then did the people react, and hurriedly hugged the prince and concubine and retreated. Filled with joy and mixed emotions, the grand prince did not forget to look back. He saw Pei Ziyun standing where he had been standing a moment ago, with a blade in his hand. His demeanor was solemn and serious. In front of him, the demon was crying out in pain. The wound wasn't deep, but the white flames were burning the demon's flesh. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't be extinguished. Amazing! Someone could not help but whisper, just one slash and the demon is burning. Is this the skill of a sorcerer? The exclamations by his ears allowed the prince to quickly understand what had just happened. It turned out that just as he was about to be harmed by the demon, Yamada Shinji, who had previously saved him, took action again and slashed the demon. Yamada-kun. The prince, who was usually easily moved, looked at Yamada Shinji, feeling touched and fearful. Of course, the prince was equally puzzled as he looked at the demon being burned by the raging flames. Although there were some powerful warriors in this era who could kill monsters, no one had ever heard of a warrior being able to burn a monster with a single slash. Or could it be that the other party knew magic? Or could it be that demons would self-immolate when they were seriously injured? This was not impossible. Looking around, he saw that everyone had different expressions. There was surprise, gratitude, envy, jealousy, and hatred. Then, he looked at Yamada Shinichi and calculated in his heart. The Tachibana family had already declined, let alone Tachibana Daojin. Could he recruit such a warrior as his subordinate? Pei Ziyun did not care about the complicated looks that were directed at him. His expression was calm as he stared at the burning demoness, deep in thought. I thought it was a demon, but it turned out to be a female ghost that was once a human. Furthermore, it was a female official. It's much easier to nurture an evil spirit in a human's heart than to cultivate a demon. I didn't notice it before because there was a power that concealed its aura. No wonder it could get close to the prince and even tried to poison him. However, now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I know that the prince's lifespan has come to an end. This is the reason why the demon ghost could get close to him and harm him. However, no matter how weak the imperial court is, the prince cannot be killed by a demon ghost, even if he is about to die. If I really kill the prince with poison, there will also be a backlash. This demon ghost is just cannon fodder? But what is its purpose? Perhaps there is another purpose? Pei Ziyun thought about it and smiled. The reason why he protected the prince was to prevent the blame from being placed on him. This was to buy time to recover. As long as he killed 2 more demons, he would be able to obtain the identity of a god in this world. At that time, he would have nothing to worry about. However, even if the plan to stall for time did not work, it would just be a little more trouble for him. No matter how many schemes there were, he could kill them all with a single slash. As he was deep in thought, due to the burning of the female ghost, the air was filled with a strange smell. This smell was different from the smell of burning flesh. This smell was even more strange, filthy, and unbearable. Even so, The prince and the rest who cherished their lives did not escape the courtyard. They were afraid that there would be other demons hiding in the dark. Namo Boka Fondi Visaka Kurupi Glaze. Unlike the rest of the crowd, the monk was able to see something deeper. He looked at Pei Ziyun with fear in his eyes. As he chanted the mantra, his body glowed with a light that was invisible to the naked eye. Medicine Glaze Buddha's mantra? Pei Ziyun looked at it and was shocked. He had lived many lives, but this was the first time he had come into contact with the true light of Buddha. This Buddha's light is too weak, but based on the nature behind it, it seems to be similar to Artemis? At this point, there was a commotion outside. Someone was shouting the prince's name. From the tone of his voice, he did not seem to be from within the palace. Following that, there were noisy footsteps approaching. Someone else had arrived. The prince looked at the concubine and asked in a low voice, "Who else did you inform?" "No one." The concubine replied, "Perhaps the news of what happened just now has spread, and someone from outside is here." Although the prince's residence was a prince's residence, it was not an impenetrable residence in the Ping-an capital. Furthermore, the news of the prince's death was definitely a big deal. If there were spies in the residence, it would be impossible for them not to spread the news. Not to mention those with ulterior motives, even an ordinary noble would want to send someone to investigate the situation. If the prince was really killed by a village warrior because of a personal grudge, it would definitely attract warriors to surround and kill the murderer. It would definitely bring disaster to Tachibana Daojin and the Yamada family in Izumi country. As the two of them spoke, the people outside had already arrived at the courtyard. The moment they stepped into the courtyard, they saw the scene in the house. Their eyes fell on Pei Ziyun, who was holding a wooden blade. Anger immediately appeared on their faces. "How dare you!" Following the shout, more than 10 warriors behind him immediately rushed in and surrounded Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun looked at the house that was almost full. He smiled and walked out, as if he did not care about the warriors surrounding him at all. Because of Pei Ziyun's actions, the surrounding warriors did not make a move and slowly retreated. Of course, the warriors did this with the intention of luring the people out. Fighting in the house could easily hurt the innocent and nobles. "Hey, you village warrior, are you Yamada Shinichi? Are you the one who wants to hurt the prince? Put down your blade and surrender, and I will let you have a dignified disembowelment," the warrior shouted. His face was solemn and his lips were tightly pursed. On his high cheekbones, there was a pair of slender and calm eyes that carried a strong killing intent. It was obvious that he had killed many people. Although he saw the prince who was still alive, the truth was different from the information he had received. However, Yamada Shinichi was holding a wooden blade in front of the prince and had a disrespectful look on his face. This was the truth. As he spoke, the warrior's feet were on the ground and he slowly approached. "He's an expert." This person held a blade with both hands, the tip of the blade pointing upwards. Although he was slowly approaching, his feet were only raised an inch and his shoulders were slightly drooping. This was a stance that could be used to attack or defend. In every world of fighting, the techniques are similar. Pei Ziyun's body was as steady as Mount Tai. He sighed slightly as he watched his opponent continuously gathering his aura. On the 5th step, the warrior's aura reached its peak. With a loud shout, he slashed down with his blade. As the blade slashed down, the entire courtyard seemed to darken. Pei Ziyun held the blade in his hand and slashed out. The blade pierced through the air and hit the wooden blade, emitting a soft sound. Following this, the opponent did not hesitate. The blade turned and attacked 7 times in a row. Each slash was the style of the army. There was no hesitation. Although it was a wooden blade and an iron blade, as they attacked, the sound of metal clanging was deafening. The two of them exchanged blows and their movements became extremely fast. Some of the surrounding warriors could not even see their movements clearly. Another thin layer of snow fell. Due to the two of them crossing each other, the area was muddy. The new falling snow even avoided this area under the saber light. Exciting! This country bumpkin warrior was impressive. The onlookers were all watching intently, forgetting their own duties for a moment. Under the stimulation of the snow falling on their necks, they were dazed for a moment. Their pupils constricted as they stared vigilantly at the scene and slowly approached. This was not a duel between two warriors. When facing an enemy, they would always rush forward together. Sakata-kun, stop! Stop fighting! Seeing that the situation was worsening and a bloody battle was about to break out, the prince came to his senses. With a pale face, he waved his hand to stop the fight. Stop fighting, Sakata-kun saved me, he's not the murderer. Sakata-kun? To be addressed as Sakata-kun by the prince, his status was not ordinary. He stared at the warrior's insignia. He was a warrior of the Minamoto clan. In this era, other than Kaneki Sakata, Pei Zi-yun could not think of a second person. This was indeed one of the people he had guessed. Kaneki Sakata, one of the 4 heavenly kings under Minamoto no Reiko. This person was one of the strongest warriors of the current generation. Many people agreed with this point. This could be seen from the fact that Yamada Shinji was not at a disadvantage against Kaneki Sakata. Although Kaneki Sakata's fighting spirit was strong, he had to obey the prince's orders. He jumped back. After a moment of silence, Kaneki Sakata spoke to Pei Zi-yun. Yamada, you're very strong. As if to prove his words, a slit appeared on Kaneki Sakata's clothes, revealing the muscles underneath. This was caused by the blade of the sword. From start to finish, the two of them had fought for less than 3 minutes. Everyone who witnessed this was shocked. Pei Zi-yun faced everyone's gazes, his heart as calm as still water. Sakata-kun, you're very strong too. He was indeed very strong. However, if not for the fact that the surrounding warriors were watching him, ready to attack at any moment, this blade would have pierced through his body and severely injured Kaneki. A loss is a loss. Kaneki Sakata's face darkened. Since you're the one who saved the prince, I've offended you. He paused before asking in a low voice, what happened here? Why is Sakata-kun here? As a member of the Minamoto clan who had submitted to the Fujiwara family, he naturally had the right to question anyone in the capital. Chapter 8:17. Pei Zi-yun sheathed his wooden blade and replied calmly, I just happened to meet him. He then bade farewell to the prince. Prince, I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave first. I will come back to bid farewell to you when I am done here or before I leave the capital. As he finished, he did not care if anyone else agreed or not and walked out. Please wait. Someone called out from behind. Pei Zi-yun turned around and saw a middle-aged samurai who had come with Kaneki. His ordinary face was filled with a hearty smile. But no matter how hearty he was, compared to a samurai like Kaneki, his gait and expression were filled with an air of nobility. Yamada-kun, it is a pity for a samurai like you to be a country bumpkin. The samurai lowered his head and said seriously, with your martial arts skills, you can definitely achieve greater things. Who are you? Pei Zi-yun's face revealed a look of confusion. I am Watanabe Tsutomu, like Kaneki, a retainer of Lai Guangong. I saw your match with Kaneki just now and feel that you are very impressive. A samurai like you should have a better future. Please join the Minamoto family. Lai Guangong will definitely appreciate you. Watanabe Tsutomu? Pei Zi-yun could not help but size him up. The son of Minamoto Wan, the descendant of the saga Minamoto clan's Minamoto Rong. Along with Kaneki Sakata, he was known as the 4 heavenly kings of Lai Guangong. Although he might not be stronger than Kaneki Sakata, he was a proper member of the Minamoto family and naturally ranked first among the 4 heavenly kings of Lai Guangong. A thought flashed through Pei Yun's mind, but he did not show it on his face. He rejected politely, "Watanabe-kun, there is no need to speak further. I, Yamada Shinji, do not intend to join another family. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I cannot agree." "That is a pity." Watanabe Tsutomu sighed. "A samurai like you, if you do not join a wise ruler and build up your career while you are young, you will not only be wasting your beauty, but also your life." Kaneki Sakata also spoke. "Yamada-kun, if you ever change your mind, you can come and find us anytime. Be it Watanabe-kun or I, we will always welcome you." Pei Yun did not speak this time. He nodded and turned to leave. Someone beside the Minamoto prince could not help but mutter, "What a boorish country samurai warrior. How rude of him to leave just like that. He even gave up such a great opportunity." When the Grand Prince heard this, he immediately looked over and said unhappily, "Yamada just saved everyone, including you. How can you say such malicious words after he left?" When the prince said this in front of everyone, the man immediately covered his face with his sleeves, not daring to look at the expressions of the people around him. "Watanabe, do you have the confidence to defeat Yamada?" Seeing that nothing happened, Sakata Kinshur, who also said goodbye, went out with Watanabe Tsunetsuna. When they reached the steps outside, Sakata Kinshur asked. Watanabe Tsutomu frowned and hesitated for a moment. "If it's the level just now, I might be able to deal with it, but I always feel that he hasn't used his full strength." The warriors following him were shocked. Even at this level, he still hadn't used his full strength? What kind of monster was Yamada Shinji? Sakata Kinshur did not refute and fell silent. "However, we are warriors, not vagabonds. If he really is an enemy, we will naturally attack together and hack him to death." "Understood." Sakata Kinshur patted himself and looked into the distance. "If it's an enemy, I'll definitely kill this man next time. This man is too dangerous." Pei Yun ignored the thoughts of some people. Once he was outside, he went straight to the inn. The snow on the ground was soft. Even ordinary people could probably feel the ominous aura that permeated the peace capital during this period of time. Therefore, when the weather was bad and the sun was not high in the sky, people tried their best to avoid unnecessary travel. Even if they were going to work, they were in a hurry and did not dare to stay outside for long. Now that the snow was lighter, there were still few pedestrians. Pei Yun walked at a moderate pace in the snow. In the vast expanse of whiteness, he was very conspicuous. Equally conspicuous was an ox cart parked in the distance ahead. Is it my imagination? I feel like the ox cart is waiting for me. No, it's not my imagination. It is waiting for me. Pei Yun raised his eyebrows slightly and did not speed up. He maintained his original speed and walked at a moderate pace. When he finally reached the ox cart, the curtain was lifted and a teenager came out of the carriage. As soon as he landed, he smiled and bowed. "Are you Yamada Shinji?" the teenager asked crisply. "It's me," Pei Yun replied. "Then I didn't wait for the wrong person." The teenager smiled, revealing his canine teeth. "My master invites you to his residence for a chat. Please don't reject him." "Who is your master?" Pei Yun did not feel the aura of a demonic ghost from the other party. However, he could not say that the other party was definitely human. In his eyes, although the teenager had the appearance of a human, his body was glowing faintly. It was very clean, but there was an essence that was different from that of a human. He could not help but look at him a few more times. The young man wasn't shy at all, and allowed Pei Yun to size him up. "My master said that he cannot tell you his identity for now. You will know when you go." He even winked mischievously. "Interesting." Pei Yun laughed. "If that's the case, please bring me there." As he said this, he did not ask any more questions and really got on the ox cart. The teenager did not enter the cart again. Instead, He jumped onto the ox cart. He did not use a whip and the ox cart started to move slowly. Pei Ziyun was the only one in the cart. He closed his eyes and examined the ox cart, as well as the aura along the way. This ox cart has a faint demonic aura, but it does not seem to be evil. It seems like a little demon that has just gained sentience. It shouldn't be the young man driving the cart. If I had to ask, could it be the ox pulling the cart? The nobles of the peace capital, no matter how brave they are, would not dare to use an ox despite knowing that it was strange. I'm afraid the other party has a plan and is not a noble? But I've only been in the peace capital for a short period of time. Who would know of me and invite me to their residence? Could it be the monk who exorcised the demonic ghosts from the prince's residence? Thinking about this, Pei Ziyun thought back to the Buddha's aura. Naturally, he had heard of Buddhism before. However, there were no true Buddhas in Desu and the Greek world. Vajra Arhat Buddha. What level are they equivalent to? Although the teenager was driving the cart, he was paying attention to what was going on. When he noticed that Pei Ziyun was sitting in the cart with his eyes closed, he could not help but be impressed. This human was very brave. No wonder his master specially invited him to be a guest. It's a pity that this person is very fierce. Even when I get close to him, I'm afraid. I wonder if he will scare my other companions when he goes to the residence. The wheels of the ox cart rolled over the snow. The roads of the peace capital were not smooth. From time to time, the cart would rumble and shake. After an unknown period of time, Pei Ziyun felt the cart come to a stop. "We're here, Yamada-kun. You can alight now." The teenager's voice rang out, sounding very cheerful. Pei Ziyun took a look. It was still snowing outside. When he jumped off the cart and landed on the ground, he heard a faint cry of surprise. The sound didn't come from anywhere near him. Pei Ziyun looked in the direction of the sound and saw a mansion that made him feel surprised. In front of him was a mansion. The surroundings were not considered spacious. Compared to the prince's residence, the mansion itself was much more low-key and simple. Half a town is so big. Is this the mansion of 4 or 5 officials? In the peace era, 3 officials and above were allocated a town, 4 to 5 officials were allocated half a town, and 6 and below were allocated a quarter of a town. However, this was not the reason why Pei Ziyun was surprised. He looked at the door and shook his head. "It's this person who invited me." At the door, the sign of the Abe Mansion was clearly visible. This is the Abe Mansion? Standing here, he did not need to release his senses to feel the fluctuations of spiritual power coming from within. Very powerful, worthy of his reputation. Pei Ziyun no longer doubted the identity of the owner of this place. Abe no Saimai. A famous and deified Grand Onmyoji in the future. It was this person who invited him, which was out of Pei Ziyun's expectations. He did not expect that this trip to the peace capital would attract the attention of the other party. However, since he was already here, he might as well take things as they come. Whether Abe no Saimai was kind or malicious, Pei Ziyun was fearless. After a moment of shock, he calmed down. The wooden door did not need to be knocked on as it opened with a squeak. The teenager took a few quick steps and stood at the side of the door. He bowed politely. "Yamada-kun, please enter." The door was open and the scenery was not bad. It did not give people the feeling of a banquet at Hongmen. Pei Ziyun did not seem to notice the eyes that were secretly staring at him and walked in. The young man walked behind him and closed the door. He furrowed his brows and glared at the little monster who had almost exposed himself for not hiding properly. "Yamada-kun, please wait a minute. I will take you in." There was an array inside that could confuse people. What if Yamada-kun got lost and started killing? When the teenager saw Yamada Shinichi walking quickly, he hurriedly chased after him. Although there were many Shikigami and little monsters in the mansion, in terms of ferocity, not many could compare to this human samurai, right? There was no need to deliberately test this point. Just the blood on Yamada Shinichi's body could make the teenager realize the horror of this samurai. Pei Zi-yun ignored the teenager and walked straight in. The Abe mansion was nearly 5,000 square meters. The courtyard was very large and divided into several levels. The interior was simple but elegant. There were no servants on the road, but the ground was very clean. He could even see a small plum forest. Against the white snow, it looked even more noble. The fragrance of the plum flowers was refreshing with the wind. But then, the small exclamations and discussions hiding under the plum forest reached his ears, which made Pei Zi-yun feel a little helpless. I have long heard that there are many Shikigami in Abe no Saimai's family, and that he is a great onmyoji. I didn't expect it to be true. There are too many Shikigami and little monsters in this mansion. But they are too weak. They are not even worth using my sword. The main job of a onmyoji was to observe the sky, study the weather, explore the geography, set the calendar, and mark the time. As for curing and saving people, divination, feng shui, and exorcism, it was actually a side job. But now it seems that the onmyoji of this world is closer to the legendary profession. The closer he got, the more he could feel the deep spiritual aura inside. Chapter 8:18. When Pei Zi-yun stepped into the inner courtyard, he could see a flash of light before his eyes. He then appeared in a dense forest. Tall trees blocked the sky, the light was dim, and a group of ferocious beasts surrounded him. There was a faint demonic aura around them. Were they demonic beasts? Pei Zi-yun looked around, speechless. All of a sudden, a few demonic beasts pounced forward. Pooh! Although he knew that these were all illusions, he did not ignore them. With a flash of his blade, the few demonic beasts that charged forward were all killed. The remaining demonic beasts were fearful of the ferocious beast. When they looked over, they could not help but retreat slowly, letting out whimpering sounds. In the next moment, they turned and fled as if they were real. Not only that, the stench of blood in the air was very real. The person who created this illusion array was indeed impressive, and could even adjust the difficulty. What an impressive illusion technique! If not for my divine sense, I would not be able to sense that this was an illusion array. Stretching out his hand, he could really feel the wind blowing through the forest, bringing with it a slight chill. After becoming a god, Pei Zi-yun had far more experience and insight than he had ever had before. Immortal Tao enlightened masters were still a little lacking. Broadly speaking, they were somewhere between humans and gods. Gods that were slightly above them did not need any cultivation techniques, as they had their own eyes. Illusions were meaningless, but to mortals they might not be able to escape in their lifetime. If they were not enemies, I would like to discuss this with Abe no Saimai. What a pity! Even if Abe no Saimai was not one of the masterminds, it would be difficult for him to stand on my side in this world. The best outcome is that we do not have to fight each other. Pei Zi-yun thought this through. In the next moment, his wooden blade flashed, and he kept it. Pooh! A crack appeared in the air, followed by a cracking sound. The entire space cracked like a spider web, and with a loud boom, it shattered. The surroundings returned to its original state. He had just entered the courtyard, and he could see the fake mountain not far away. Yamada-kun. The youth finally caught up with him, and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. You walk so fast, I almost could not catch up. Seeing that Pei Zi-yun was staring at something, he hurriedly explained, "Please do not misunderstand. The illusion spell was activated automatically. You should know that recently, there have been more and more ghosts wandering around the peaceful capital. Many high-ranking officials and nobles wish to invite our master. Our master is extremely vexed. Hence, he created this illusion spell in order to prevent people from entering and to gain some peace and quiet." I understand. Have there been more and more ghosts lately? Pei Ziyun asked curiously. That's right. In the past, there weren't many of these things. It was just a coincidence. But in recent decades, there have been more and more demons and ghosts. Even his lordship's workload has increased. The young man scratched his face and spoke in a distressed tone. He then casually walked through the fake mountains and arrived at a certain spot. He then said, "We're here. His Excellency is just ahead." His eyes lit up as he realized that he was in a corridor. Japanese-style buildings were mostly made of wood, and the eaves were very long. The floor of the building extended all the way to the roof, forming a semi-open platform that was open to the courtyard. This was the corridor. At this point, facing the courtyard, there was someone brewing tea. The sun was shining brightly under the snow. A quail was perched on a branch, looking for food. The man knelt down and looked at Pei Ziyun with a smile in his eyes. "Yamada-kun, I apologize for not welcoming you earlier. Please take a seat." Pei Ziyun replied, "I should be the one saying that. I've broken your spell the moment I entered. That's rude of me." As he said this, Pei Ziyun knelt down opposite Abe no Saimai. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. "No wonder everyone says that you're the descendant of the fox demon. When you smile, you look like a fox," Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he cursed the other party's character. He then asked him politely, "I wonder if Master Saimai has any complaints about me? It's obvious that Yamada-kun has some complaints about me." Abe no Saimai poured a cup of tea and smiled. "If not, you wouldn't have refused to lead the way and barged in." Pei Ziyun shook his head as he smelled the fragrance of the tea. "I just don't understand why Master Saimai invited me as a guest. I feel that Master Saimai wants to test my abilities. Since that's the case, I might as well get straight to the point. Didn't I hear about you and was curious, so I invited you as a guest?" Abe no Saimai revealed a sly expression. "Or could it be that you believe the rumors that I'm the son of the White Fox, and that I'm cruel and merciless? Even if you're a guest, I would treat you rudely? If it were anyone else being questioned by their master like this, they would probably feel guilty." Pei Ziyun raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Don't you know how to do that? So that's what Yamada-kun thinks?" Abe no Saimai returned a mysterious smile and said, "The tea is warm enough. Please have some tea. This is tea from the Tang Empire. It wasn't easy for me to get it from Lord Danayan." Pei Ziyun tasted it and felt that it was nothing special. However, this was normal. There was no tea in Japan. It was only introduced during the reign of Emperor Dezong of the Tang Empire. Although a royal tea garden was opened, the quality was poor and no one liked it. They could only import it from the mainland until the Song dynasty. In this era, Japanese tea did not taste good. This was common knowledge. However, taking advantage of this, the two of them changed the topic and talked about the recent events in Heian capital. Listening to Abe no Saimai's mocking tone as he commented on some of the nobles, Pei Ziyun followed suit. "Master Saimai's divination skills should be very powerful, right?" Pei Ziyun asked when the other party talked about divination. "I'm just entertaining myself." Abe no Saimai laughed. "Then you invited me here because, what did you predict?" Pei Ziyun held the cup in his hand and looked at the patterns casually as he asked slowly. Abe no Saimai smiled and said calmly, "Yamada-kun, I invited you here because Yamada-kun is a great warrior. I do have something that I need to trouble you with." "Is it related to demons?" Pei Ziyun slowly took a sip of tea and put the cup down. "Yamada-kun is indeed smart." Abe no Saimai smiled and tapped his palm with the handle of his fan. His pair of narrow fox eyes flashed. "It is indeed related to demons." Abe no Saimai glanced at the courtyard. Although there seemed to be nothing, there was a trace of comfort. Pei Ziyun knew that in this courtyard, there were many weak demons and shikigami. The young man who led the way should be one of them. Abe no Saimai retracted his gaze and saw that Pei Ziyun was not a person who liked to beat around the bush. He did not change the topic and went straight to the point. Yamada-kun, what do you think of demons? Demons? Pei Zi-yun said casually, although it is a little extreme, but most demons are people who deserve to be killed. As soon as he said this, he could feel the atmosphere around him stagnating. Abe no Saimai did not show any anger and continued to ask, "Oh? Yamada-kun actually thinks of demons this way? But it is not easy for demons to cultivate to human form. It is a pity to kill them directly. Actually, I do not discriminate against demons too much. It is just that most demons have a lot of blood on their hands. They have harmed and eaten humans." Pei Zi-yun spoke in a serious tone as he looked around. He had a smile on his face. Those who are not of the same race have different intentions. Many people would think that these words are extreme. But even humans clash with each other, what more humans and demons? Demons eating humans is normal, just like humans eating pigs and cows. But on the other hand, as a human, what is the pity in killing demons? Many people liked monsters, but unfortunately, they were only monsters. There were almost no real monsters that did not eat humans. Abe no Saimai nodded and continued to ask, "Yamada-kun, I do understand your intentions. But what about demons that do not harm or eat humans?" Pei Zi-yun said lightly, "Then I will not kill them." Abe no Saimai got the answer, and his smile became more sincere. He squinted his eyes and nodded. Yamada-kun is really a benevolent person and a great warrior. However, your trip to Heian City this time has caused a lot of trouble. It is a pity. But it is not that there is no way to solve it. If you stay here and do not go out, you will be able to live peacefully. I wonder if you would be willing to be my guest and drink tea with me? Abe no Saimai gestured to Pei Zi-yun to look at the house. "Look, my house is very big, and the environment is quiet. It is a good time to discuss yin-yang techniques with you. I have a new book called Divination Strategies. I hope Yamada-kun can give me some pointers." Divination strategies. As soon as these 4 words came out, the courtyard fell into silence. The young man who was not far away was shocked. This was Abe no Saimai's lifetime experience in yin-yang technique. Even Abe Masako did not pass it down. How could he let an outsider read it? The young man was about to speak, but Abe no Saimai gave him a sidelong glance, and he immediately took a step back, not daring to speak. Pei Zi-yun glanced at her and rejected her decisively. "Thank you for your reminder, Duke Qingming. However, I am not a person who will hide from trouble. If it wants to come, let it come. I will be waiting for it." He then bade farewell and didn't even mention the divination strategy. He only took a few steps before stopping and asking the smiling fox, "Oh right, Duke Qingming, before I came, I heard something about you." "Oh?" Abe no Saimai raised his eyebrows. "I heard that you have been given a position by the imperial court?" Pei Zi-yun looked at him and asked. Abe no Saimai was startled at first, then laughed. "How is that possible? I am not from the Fujiwara family, nor am I from the Minamoto, Tachibana, etc. How can I be given a position?" "Thanks to His Majesty's grace, the left minister, Fujiwara Daoist, has helped me to become one of the 4 imperial court officials, and enjoy a salary of 500 stones. So that's how it is." When Pei Zi-yun heard this, he bowed to thank him and walked out of Abe's house. As soon as he stepped out, his expression turned cold. Abe no Saimai lives up to his reputation. Note 1. This is a test. Actually, he was not asking about his attitude towards the demons, but to test Pei Zi-yun's reaction. Pei Zi-yun's act of destroying the illusory world was an indication of his attitude. Asking if he was going to live in seclusion was Abe no Saimai's last warning. Isn't the so-called trouble that the prince's lifespan is running out? Once this person dies, the blame will be placed on me. At that time, the entire imperial court will surround and kill me. If I become a retainer of the Minamoto family or Abe no Saimai, I will not be the scapegoat. But once I accept it, it will be equivalent to an oath, and I will gradually be assimilated into this world. If I don't accept it, I will be the enemy of the entire world. I will not have much time to breathe. I have to quickly strengthen myself. Pei Zi-yun looked around. His original mission was to kill the 4 demons. According to Pei Zi-yun's prediction, he would be able to become a god in this world, just like the Desu world and the Greek world. But with the evolution of his strength, he would not be too restricted. He would gather enough resources to become a god, and would not be restricted to killing the demons. Killing the demons is relatively difficult, but killing the small demons is completely possible. I have to find a target. After all, even if he wanted to kill the small demons, there was no need to kill the weak ones. Pei Zi-yun's gaze turned and looked at a place. There was a bridge there, and under it was a rather famous demon, Hashiheim. She or he would be very suitable. Note 1. Abe no Saimai's official rank is 4. Baidu's, Seiken Nobility, and Seiken Nobility are all fake, but he is indeed a household name in Japan. In terms of godhood, he is equivalent to a Taoist true monarch, above an arhat. Chapter 8:19. It was already evening when Pei Zi-yun came out of Abe's house. The snow had stopped falling and the last ray of sunlight was fading away as the moon rose. The road was covered with snow, white and flawless. Traces of passers-by had been covered by the snow. The cold wind blew and the snow fell into the flowing river, disappearing without a sound. The enchantment barrier is still there, but it is full of holes. After the year 794, Heian City became the capital. According to the divination of Yin and Yang, Heian City was the holy land of the 4 gods. To the north was a mountain, Chuanakang Mountain, to the east was a river, Duck River, to the south was a lake, Juling Pond, and to the west was a main road, Mountain Sun Road. The 4 gods, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird and White Tiger, prayed for their protection. In order to match the natural terrain, the emperor built Yanli Temple, Ghost Gate, East Temple, West Temple, Forbidden Middle, and South Temple, South Temple, to prevent evil spirits from causing trouble. The Feng Shui enchantment barrier was like this, and it was where the Japanese court was located. Evil spirits should not be able to enter, but it was not full of grayish-black qi. There was a faint blood-red glow in the air. It was no wonder that there were no pedestrians on the road at night. The people who lived near the river had already closed their doors when the sun was still up. The nobles did not care about the lives of lowly people. The people who lived nearby did not even dare to talk about it in order not to attract evil spirit. They only exchanged glances with each other. This was a taboo for the people living at the bottom of Heian City. Demonic ghost. Pei Zi-yun turned back at this time. The road was covered in a thick layer of snow. Underneath the snow was a layer of old snow that had been crushed and hardened. If one were to be careless, one could easily slip and fall. However, the road beneath Pei Zi-yun's feet was extremely smooth. As he treaded on the snow, it was smooth and steady. In addition, he had an outstanding temperament, different from the low-level warriors. Those who heard the noise peeked through the cracks of the door and looked at him with awe. "Father, is this warrior here to get rid of the ghosts?" "Oh." In the cold wind, a child's childish voice suddenly rang out, but was soon covered up. Pei Zi-yun didn't bother to look at it. He continued walking until he reached a stone bridge. It was different from the day when they sat on the ox cart. Now that they were on the stone bridge, they realized that the scenery here was even more elegant. Although the river below the bridge was dark, and under the moonlight, it was so calm that it made one's heart palpitate. Even ordinary people could feel that something was wrong. But standing on the stone bridge, they could see far into the distance. There were still some trees by the river. It was winter now, so there was no sign of green, but the dense branches were covered with a thin layer of snow. Under the moonlight, It was like a tree full of pear blossoms, very beautiful. It was a pity that such a place had already been polluted. Sir martial artist, are you waiting for me? Just as he was thinking about this, a female voice drifted over. Pei Ziyun turned around and saw that at the end of the bridge, 12 women had appeared out of nowhere and were slowly walking towards him. Her posture was elegant and her figure slender. It was as if she wasn't walking on a stone bridge, but a lover's path paved with fresh flowers. Between her brows, there was a kind of joy in the coldness. Her jet-black hair and pale skin formed a kind of beauty. It was said that one could see a beauty under the moonlight, and this saying applied to her. Pei Ziyun did not pay too much attention to her sickly beauty. He looked straight into her eyes and asked, "Waiting for you? Sir, you came to my place in the middle of the night and stared at me like this. Could it be that you're not waiting for me, but for another woman?" The woman used her fan to cover half of her face and smiled. This kind of seduction, in contrast to her cold and conservative appearance, made her even more alluring. Pei Ziyun turned a blind eye to her, as if the woman standing in front of him was not a beautiful woman, but a skeleton. It wasn't that he looked down on beauties, but that he had seen many beautiful women before. To be able to be called a beauty, none of them were inferior to this woman. Needless to say, this woman in front of him was filled with resentment. A deity's desire was not tainted. This did not mean that a deity's heart was pure, nor did it mean that he did not like the pleasures between men and women. It was just that once a deity reached the level of a deity, his status would be higher. This resentment was like a woman smeared with feces. How could she have any desire? It was possible for humans and ghosts to fall in love, because humans could not see through it and smell it. But the love between deities and ghosts had never been heard of since ancient times. "You said this is your residence?" Pei Ziyun scanned his surroundings before asking. "There's only a river and a bridge here. Where's your mansion? Are you sleeping in the open?" "That's because I use the bridge as my roof and the river as my bed. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate it for you." The woman laughed as she stared at Pei Ziyun. She then stretched out her hands to remove her clothes. Pei Ziyun frowned and did not speak. With a pew sound, another girl who looked exactly the same as the first girl sneered and pounced forward. She wanted to attack from the front and the back, but she missed. Then, under the moonlight, there was a flash of light. "Ah!" A miserable scream came from the mouth of the woman in front. There was a 3-inch deep wound on her body, and behind her, the exact same woman couldn't even scream. She fell to the ground with her chest and abdomen cut open. There were no internal organs, only gray and black gas. But before the gray gas could come out, 2 white flames appeared at the wounds of the 2 women. With a boom, the flames spread across their bodies, and the 2 of them became flaming men. Ah! The woman at the back was burnt to ashes. As for the woman in front, the moment the flames appeared, a look of horror appeared on her face. She screamed and rolled on the ground, trying to put out the flames that could burn ghosts. It was unknown whether it was because she saved herself in time, or because of other reasons, but the speed at which the woman in front was being burned slowed down. It seems like the karma she has been afflicted with is much lighter than the incarnation. Pei Ziyun, who was watching them, thought to himself in surprise. The flames used were imbued with divine power. Ghosts with heavy grievances would be burned very quickly, while ghosts with light grievances would be burned at a slower rate. This woman who was struggling at death's door was obviously different from the incarnation. Maybe she's not just a ghost. Thinking of the legends about ghosts like Hashiheim, Pei Ziyun had a guess. Just as he was thinking, she saw the incarnation turn into a pile of black ash in an instant. The woman's heart was like dead ashes, full of fear. Although the flames were slow, they were merciless. Step by step, they disintegrated her spiritual power and body. She knew that although she struggled to live, it was difficult for her to escape death. But she was not willing to die like this. Staring at the young warrior who was standing not far away, her heart filled with hatred, and her eyes turned red. "I hate you!" She rolled on the ground, her nails clinging to the cracks of the stone, as if this was the only way to reduce the pain of being burned. Why do you do this to me, you ask why?" Pei Ziyun, who had been silent all this time, spoke. His voice was even more mocking in the cold wind. "You are a ghost, pretending to be a human to get close to me. Isn't it to devour my flesh and blood to increase your strength? At this time, why do you say that you are innocent? What's more, you have already harmed many people by staying here, haven't you? The people nearby have been so frightened by you that they closed their doors before the sky turned dark. The corpses under the stone bridge must have covered the riverbed by now, right? Hee, that's because you are all heartless people." The flames on the woman's body were getting smaller and smaller, but it was not extinguished. Instead, her body was getting thinner and thinner. She knew that she was going to die soon. She raised her head and stared at Pei Ziyun with eyes full of resentment and hatred. It was as if she was not looking at a stranger under the moonlight, but the man she had been longing for. "I have always been waiting for you, my lord. You said that you would come find me. Why did you break your promise? Why, ha! You all abandon me like grass. I want to kill you, kill all of you heartless people. I want to kill all of you." In the extreme pain, it was obvious that the woman was losing her mind, and her words were incoherent. Pei Ziyun stood there, looking down at her. His gaze made the woman even angrier, but when she wanted to speak again, her body had already turned transparent. "I'm going to die?" Following this realization, a tear fell from the corner of her eye. At the last moment before she sank into darkness, she suddenly became confused. She stared at Pei Ziyun, as if she was looking at the man she had been waiting for her entire life. It was as if many faces were overlapping with hers. She opened the door respectfully and smiled warmly. "You are finally here." The stone bridge fell silent once again. Pei Ziyun did not move. He stood there quietly, looking at the two piles of ashes that had been burnt. In just a few minutes, the nearest pile of ashes floated up and started to spin. Under the moonlight, the black ashes once again transformed into a faint shadow. This phantom was lying on the ashes. As the wind blew, his clothes fluttered and his black hair cascaded down. Although his figure was translucent, reflecting the light of the water and the moonlight, his appearance and aura were completely different from before. It was as if he was an exquisite piece of glass that was covered in layers of dirt. All of the ugliness had been removed, revealing the clear light within. Indeed, although this is the Heian era, there are many legends, not just the present. Pei Ziyun stood there, allowing this scene to happen, confirming his previous guess. Hashiheim, the goddess of Uzikawa, was in a relationship with Hachiman. However, during the Heian era, wives could not live with their husband. They could only stay at their parents' house, waiting for their husbands to come. The goddess's posture of stretching her neck and looking at the river far away was in line with the times. It stimulated the imagination of many singers and left behind many famous songs. However, gradually, the wholehearted waiting turned into sorrow and hatred in every lonely night. There were constantly women who jumped into the water to commit suicide. As a result, the atmosphere was gradually tainted with a strong ghostly aura. Although the two that appeared could be considered as Hashiheim, it was obvious that not all Hashiheim had godhood. Only the one who broke out of the cocoon and reborn could be considered as a deity recognized by this bridge. If he killed her, he could obtain some divine power, but Pei Ziyun had no intention of doing so. Pei Ziyun looked up at the sky. Snow was falling again. He looked at Hashiheim, who was lying on the bridge, slowly regaining her physical form, and turned to leave. "Don't have pity in your heart. Accept the hatred of those women, although they are also very pitiful. A god should be a god." Hashiheim gradually woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw the figure of the young samurai walking away, and the words he left behind. "I am not dead?" She blinked in confusion and muttered to herself. On the Uzikawa Bridge, the snow was getting heavier. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.